Welcome to the final week of Super Mario Maker 1 on the live servers for online services for the Wii U and 3DS go down. After several weeks of what we've been calling Super Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, where we've been looking at complete profiles end-to-end of many makers of all shapes and sizes, but all very accomplished in their own way. Time is running very short, and we can't do very much of that anymore. We might still deal in a couple of smaller individual profiles here and there, but for the moment, we are going to spend as much of this week as we can also going through a lot of individual single-level recommendations that have been sent my way. I missed out on many of these originally since I wasn't that connected to the community back when the game was in its most active period. And so over the last little while, there's been a lot of back-channel chatter between people who remember Maker 1, exchanging level codes of some of the things they found most memorable, and this one by Jeff Jr. here, The Curse of the Golden Flower, came up repeatedly as something I have to see. And there are a couple of other levels we have listed today that are going to be dialed in here under similar circumstances as well. So let's take a look at something that was obviously very popular with over 50,000 plays, The Curse of the Golden Flower from January 2016. Well, looks like we're just going to make our way through the trees. Clouds up here look unreachably decorative, just to fill in a bit more of the sky, I suppose. Now, this is interesting. Looks like we're supposed to probably open this with a fire flower. Hence, the Curse of the Golden Flower. Yeah, I guess this is meant to show you right away that in order to proceed to the goal, we'll come out here with the fire flower eventually. So it's heavily implied. There's a mole here warning us to turn back. Anyway, into the temple we go. And don't know if we can hit this. And we just have some bombs running around. Moles firing coins at us everywhere, and who knows if we can actually reach that P-switch just yet, or if that's also something decorative. I have a sense that there's going to be a P-switch somewhere that is going to open everything up, and that as you run around, moles activate more P-switches, because if you have a P activation, then I suppose the blaster will go down, and if you're running from the opposite direction, say up high, then that's how the P activation is going to continue. So I think we're going to blow up this whole place, and we will see exactly how that's going to go very soon. Look at a shell just tucked in underneath note blocks here. I wonder how that was even placed to happen in the palette. How did I look at it in terms of what kind of offset needed to happen in the editor in order to make that go? But anyway, probably just, well, we'll think about it later. Might be worth looking at. And anyway, big wall. Yeah, everything's going to collapse, and we're just going to discover exactly how. This guardian shop here is warning us one last time. And yeah, clearly it's going to blow up. It's just a matter of how it's going to look when it does. And because this is already in January 2016, we have a checkpoint flag, so we have a big, long introductory sequence here that apparently we're not going to be asked to repeat. And look at all these bombs here that are clearly just going to take out the floor. Especially when a P-switch activates and they drop into the lava below, so yeah. In fact, we can kind of see this happening already, that when we lower this, it's going to be a bomb crush down below. And we will see what that means. Obviously we needed to get out, but I said we will see what that means. Probably just need to get out right away and run around before the bombs chain their way over. Block by block. Yeah. And we have to run out of here and... oh. And then, yeah, the moles, as expected, will activate the peace switches for us. I guess we'll just let the swamp columns do their job. Yeah, there we go. And then, yeah, that's unavoidably going to activate. Pretty relaxed here, though, as long as you don't get swamped and just go mole to mole. Oh, I guess we should probably jump over. And didn't exactly know how that P was going to go, but now we've unlocked the ability to actually put a bit more. Yeah, and oh, that's a bit of a surprise. I think we were supposed to outrun that, probably, but let's get out of here. We don't have a flower, you'll notice, but we got out anyway. However, if we open this up... well, I mean, no need for that bomb anymore. I guess maybe that's just... yeah, interesting, because did these pipes even... oh, I see, okay. I was sort of wondering about this exit here. Let's see if we actually need a flower in order to get out. Once we pass the one-way panel, you can just go for that, but I wonder if there's any kind of additional bonus. I sort of wonder if we can go back in and make a run at a flower just to blow this up. Of course, if you come out of here damageless, that's something that you can just do naturally, but given how many platforms have been destroyed, I assume we can't actually make it over. Yeah, but we're just locked in here, in fact. Or are we? Once we come in here and respawn everything, I wonder how sensitive it is to that. It's surprisingly traversable up to a point, and then... oh, probably because we collected some of those coins on the way back. So yeah, I guess we are going to be forced back out. Sort of reminds me of that one level we saw by Ragnarok X, in fact, with less screen shake. But yeah, you can tell it was maybe kind of a early take on this back and forth dual level concept. It must have made quite an impression in its day. Especially with the way that the P-switch chaining works. I think that's something that generally hasn't really been developed at this point, from what we've been seeing about the profile so far. Anyway, we've got lots more level codes coming. Let's dial up another one. Bon Voyage. This is a level by Stark, who was a contributor to one of the yeah, it was 2MM and 1YMM. I do remember these. Anti-Seismic Castle and Donut Fault Dungeon. Unfortunately, not one of the profiles that we made enough time to go through completely, I think, but we did solicit some recommendations, and I was told that this is one of the ones that I should definitely be playing, so let's take a look at Bon Voyage from October 2016. Okay. And then, yeah, you spring that, and then IC. Then you can continue past that point by loading it into position. And Mario, welcome. You spring that guy into position, and then of course we have coin collection available. And then I think we should probably ride this one out, unless we... well, let's see how that's going to go. I sort of think that we should jump up to the platform and lower it, and then... yeah, when the blaster pushes it down, the bones should actually make it over like that. The problem is we missed the opportunity to get that coin because we needed to catch it on the way down. Oh, yeah. We needed to lower the platform for long enough to intercept that, so... A lot of these spring collisions make one working the way to do. Yeah, so you see it gets compressed, it gets pushed in to proximity of the spring, and then we continue from there. So this time around we lower the platform further. Because I wasn't exactly sure how far the bones were going to go, which is why I thought we'd pick up the pink one on top of it, but clearly not. So I guess we get within range out of POW, which is going to release this from the launcher. And then it's going to continue this way. We knew we had to go around the thwomp there, and the thwomp pushes it into position, so we kind of do a high bounce at that point, up to the coin. And then continue. Did I miss one already? No, I didn't. This is the first coin, I think. Out of 6. Which may or may not be 5 in a safety. We'll find out. We can, in general, maybe afford to trust coins from time to time, so we'll do that. And nice high bounce, and then it gets you down here. Yes. Exactly as planned. Now this thwomp, when it goes down, it's going to displace... Oh, whoops. The bone's over as long as we don't hit the ceiling first. Not hitting the ceiling first is a precondition to many things in this game. Well, at least the death markers there assure me that we're not the only ones who have made that blunder. I sort of wonder with the level data that was scraped off the servers at some point for future preservation, and which exists in an archival file somewhere waiting for the day when they can plug it into a Pretendo network. I wonder how rich that data is. It's not something I know about in terms of whether you would have existing records as part of that. And that includes the death marker placements that you see. But anyway, I guess we'll just follow this over, and then as it comes back up, that's very neat. And as it comes back up, you see it jump over again. Very unique. And mushroom check. And we have another coin down there. Yeah, we have very few coins so far, so we have some kind of mini boss room, I suppose, since we're fairly early on in a level. And then, yeah, you do need to see when it's going to go back and forth, when the thwomps make contact. Very interesting. Okay, now back and forth. There's a coin up top that we'll be aware of eventually. I think once the POW gets hit, then... Oops. I wanted to get on top of the spring that's on top of the thwomp. We just fell out of position. And that's one coin accounted for over there. You can in fact see the top corner from the previous room. I believe it does match this room here. Or coin 3. Yeah, we're standing above the boss room right now, as you can see from the layout. As usual for a lot to make one very dense use of space. Anyway, Skewer's going to do some work there, and then we probably enter the pipe, since the munchers are gone. And then the adventure continues. I wonder if this is just a reset or something else. This is... I see, a return door. Anyway, we just need to raise this one up until it springs over. No, we don't. We raise it with the helmet, of course. Punch it. In this little quasi-tutorial sequence, perhaps. Then we'll see if there's anything up here, too. No, doesn't seem so. We'll lower it and spring him over again. And then punch him over a little bit more. At this point, it would be nice if he came back down. And we'll have coin 4 coming up very shortly. By the looks of it. And another one where we stay down as long as we can. Yeah, very neat little timing sequence here. Oh, no. Now, it seems that we missed the opportunity to send it further. If I understand this correctly. So, it looks like there will be a reset of some sort. Unless... we had to spring each of these individually. I think we do have to reset it, because things did fail at this point. So... luckily, the level is going to be rather gentle about that. Yeah, Dr. Cliché, thank you for the code. We will look at that right after this one. We are quite willing to take submissions today. So, thanks for dropping by. And... let's see. Punch him over. And we'll drop each of these one by one. Let's get them a little higher first so we don't have the issues that we did previously. Oh, missed that. We're so dead. That's okay. We'll have a helmet over here and we'll reset. And, right, this is the one that goes up. We're going to go back a long ways. But... then we'll just need to anticipate its position over here. And then, this time around, we should be able to take it over successfully. And bump it further like this. Once it's all the way down, there we go. And we're still looking for a coin 5. This looks like it's a potential reset door as well. If you... well, drop in through here after failing something else. It looks like it's going to be this door that's matched to this one. Okay. I think we probably need to raise it with the helmet, but... I mean, if this level is any indication, at some point we do need to drop a spring on it somehow. Possibly something to do with the donut blocks on the right. I think we probably break those bricks and see if maybe there's something that was spawn block there. We'll see. Nope. Nowhere near. We probably do need to raise it, it's just that we don't have a good way to come back up afterwards. There we go. Oh, and then we probably just... donut blocks... what would we... problem is that we haven't used this donut block for anything. Oh, maybe we're supposed to attract it to our position. Let's just stay up here for the moment until it comes up, perhaps. And it should track our height somewhat. No, it doesn't. What is this really? No, it's going to go down this way. Oh, there's something I'm missing. Alright. Yeah, probably just need to punch it up even further at this point. Yeah, we take the donut blocks and then we punch it up from below even further, I think. And basically create a new positioning for it. The problem with that is, yeah, and then we jump below it and we jump from the donut blocks on the right back over here to the left so we can get back onto the bones once it's positioned slightly higher. Yeah, we need to jump into it at that point, basically. I have to take it a bit higher than we can demonstrate. Whoops. Oh, there we go. We'll let it come up a little bit first. And basically, we will drop the donuts and then run towards it like that. That's the idea, we just need to do it correctly. Of course, we do still have one more coin unaccounted for. Too low. There's a particular drop point that we're going to be looking for. Oh, no. Let's try it again. And let him come up. Yeah, as it's coming up, we'll go down. Good. Now that should do it. As long as... yeah, as long as we don't dunk it down too far. Okay, checkpoint. And then that's going to peel the helmet because that's a power-up check. I feel like we might have missed a coin at this point. But we will see, because could be one more plus a safety if this is going to be the case here. So yeah, this just peels out the helmet. Oh, nope. Need to do shorter bounces here. Wasn't even watching the ceiling. Alright then. Yeah, we do need to do a bit of a medium bounce, though. I was still keeping my head down to see how much we can improve that, but... let's jump. Oh, nope, that's the coin. I was distracted by planning for how we were going to get that. Well, we'll try it until it works. Shorter bounces here. And then we'll be able to make it almost. Needed a better arc under that thwomp, but either way we'll have to fall into that position. It's just that we didn't have a very good angle. I had to read quite a lot of things at once. Now let's try it again. Oops. And yeah, we just need to hit the timing for it. It's going to be a little bit different every time depending on how far ahead of the muncher we are. And we will find it. Oh. A little bit off. There's going to be a bit of variance in our end when it comes to when to hit high bounces. After a little while you do get a sense of the rhythm to some extent, but it's not like the munchers always heading down in the same way. So we do need to be aware of that. Shallower angle here, and then that'll do it, and possibly a safety coin at the end. Maybe, we'll see. Hopefully we didn't miss it already. Nope, there we go. And that just gives you... Oh, we can probably bust through the ceiling here, can't we? And then, what does that give you? It just gives you access to this part of the level. Oh, and then, oh, we lost it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, because I think we were supposed to. That's, oh. Oh! Safety coin key death. We're going to have to start over. That's okay. We know how the level goes. I was thinking of going back to that door for another spiny hat, but then... That's what happened. That's alright, should be quick. A little bit too gutsy there, considering that we were in a key death position. But we're going to flow through it just fine, it seems. And we basically know how it works up to this point. Are we supposed to only have 2 coins at this point? I can't even remember. I think so. Oh, no. Let's swing back. We do want to do the bonus ending, so... I'm pretty sure we'll be back there without too much of a delay. And sure, we'll just bump it. As long as we have access to this. And then this is the helmet segment that we saw before. I don't think I missed a coin. I did lose count. Yeah, because there's one more in this segment and then one more in the last segment. Oh, uh-oh. That's okay, I don't think we actually need the helmet up to this point, or rather we have another opportunity to get one very shortly. at the bottom of this area. So despite some of the sloppy play there, we will make it through. It would kindly go down. Yeah, we need to tap it down a little bit. There we go. Kind of a nice subtle interaction there, actually, that you send it down with the first tap. Oh. Bad position that time. We do need to wait for the thwomp. Rather for the bones to be heading back up before we descend. Then up we go. And yeah, quality humor, guided by angels most of the time. In this location, not quite so much. We will try not to take a key death this time in the bonus room. Because I was trying to figure out what to do about that mole. I didn't want to outright kill there, so I was trying to see what could be done. Let's pay attention here. Once more. We had this pattern down just fine earlier. Nice shallow angle under the thwomp. And yes, we do have all coins at this point, minus a safety. So let's grab the Spiner hat and not die this time, if we can avoid it. Let's look for the bonus area. We know that there is a mole that's going to come up here. I think we need to get over here and then clip the mole like this. Then we can go up. There we go. That worked much better than it did before. And we get the moon, except we don't get to bust through the moon with the Koopa here. We just get the top of the flag. I think that is pretty much going to be it. And you get a special exit. Anyway, let's bring in that code that we just got from Dr. Cliché. And see what that's all about. There was another recommendation on my list from Stark as well, but we can look at that later. We're just going to run today as a bit more of a casual hangout with a mix of various recommendations and other levels that come to mind, and of course viewer submissions, so let's take a look. And I'll just have to trust that it's appearing on my gamepad. Puzzle in Bubbles. Californiathon. Well, let's see it. Okay, so it's going to be 3 sections and then a final coin to the right that we're not going to touch yet. There's a P room, a blaster room, and a fire car room. And oh, this is like a don't look, perhaps. And then there's a death zone here if you don't understand it. But then the boo tracks you if you are looking left away from it, so then... Let's think about that. Let's face right first and just look at what's going on. We face the boo. As soon as you turn around to the left, then you get into trouble with the boo, so... Then... What would we do? Moonwalk enthusiast or moon swim, as the case may be. How do we do it, actually? I'm not sure I know the technique, is the thing. And we'll have to learn something new about Maker 1 here. Because... yeah, we need to swim to the left without facing left. And so... yeah, Chekhov's tower, basically. Just got to squish you by the end of the third act. It's... well, let's take a look at the fire flower here. We'll have to figure out the technique. I had it for a moment here. I had it for a moment here where we were able to move left in this firing animation. That's a long ways to go while doing this, though. Basically, there's a part of the firing animation that allows you to maintain your facing direction. This is a charity marathon, so no room is torturous. And you upload a level with your feet. Just to show off, yeah. Well, not gonna do that to my gamepad today, but at least we know in theory that's playable with your feet. This is a reference of how dexterous I think I need to be. Yeah, because it looks like it's... I mean, I can tell from the high clear rate as well, like it's probably fairly gentle. But we need to figure out what the technique is, basically. Because I don't actually know it out of the box, and I'm trying to see if we can reverse engineer it. We can kind of do it, but I need to fix the facing direction afterwards. I need to be as dexterous as your feet, okay. You're not exactly a foot Mario Maker champion here. Let's think about this. I might want to look at the other rooms first, and we'll see if we can puzzle this out. Because then maybe it's not a mechanical roadblock, and it's just something that we aren't considering about how to maintain facing direction. Seems like the flower is relevant to that, though, that the firing animation freezing us in place, that, you know, it allowed me to nudge backwards a little bit, but it was a long ways to go for that. Anyway, Buzzy over here. Oh, that's interesting. Then you need to send it through the wall somehow. Let's lower this first so it's actually level. And do we just whip it like that, or... I feel like this is actually similar to a mechanic that we have either seen or considered. Let's say we have it like this. There we go. Yeah. Then we need... oh. That's not the exit. Oh, Divine Climb was the exit. Yeah. I didn't even think about Divine Climb. Okay, that's okay. We know how to do this one. Yeah, so we need to think about the Fireflower mechanic. Or the first room. But here, this one's fairly straightforward. As long as we respect the block and the vine. Oh. There we go. And yeah, no, I've played enough puzzles that use this that I know it's an indication that there's a block there. It's all over the place in one-screen puzzles, so I'm aware of that. Neat little bit here, by the way, with the thwomp replacement. How? I guess we should take it through. Then... this is probably just a POW push. And then I re-grab the POW on the other side, so... We'll get on the platform and let the POW just squish me over. And then we'll dispose of the muncher this way. And there's going to be a second set of rooms too, if you look at this. That it's multiple segments. Oh, we totally didn't grab the coin on the way in. That was silly. Oh, we also didn't grab the POW on the way in this time too, which is doubly silly. So. Or, oh no, we didn't do this room. Okay, no, because you actually transition between the two different hubs. Okay, no wonder. I just totally lost track of where I was. Yeah, no, there are two different hubs, as I was just about to say, and you transition between the two hubs as you go. So let's not be silly. And we need to hit the thwomp. How do we hit the thwomp? Well, it looks like we might have missed a power-up here, actually. Yeah, okay, now Bomb needs to take that out, and then... Well, let's take a look. Because I think I missed the Fire Flower or something that would allow me to get a diagonal shot. Yeah, no, I assumed that it was Fire Flower giving me a diagonal shot, and you just do it from this corner, right? Then possibly it would manage to skip the corner that way. But yeah, I realized I skipped the tool because I... Oh, it's Yoshi. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Sherby coming in with 27. Welcome everybody coming in from Sherby's Pokemon stream. Yeah, so we need to fire, and then we need Yoshi to swallow it, so... Then, how do we fire and at the same time get Yoshi to swallow it? We need to just get... No, we just need to get Yoshi to... Hang on. Occupy for a moment, and then possibly overlap. No, the second wall would prevent him from doing so. We need Yoshi to do the spit himself. But then how do we get on Yoshi quickly enough to basically get Yoshi to catch the fireball? Whoops, that was a mistake. Well, that's okay, we'll practice this mechanic anyway. And yeah, welcome everybody coming in from Sherby. Welcome Silver Baby Doll. And if you folks have anything you want to see in Maker 1, we aren't running a Q-bot or anything, but we're kind of doing a bit of a casual Maker 1 hangout as we get near to closure. I've been spending the past 3 months or so just running tons of Maker profiles, but we're just going to individuate it a bit. I think we need to get Yoshi over here. There's just a bit of drag. How do we get Yoshi to swallow it in time? Or do we... We need to dunk something else in here. Oh yes, the one-up mushroom, of course. Yes. We use that to fire. Whoops, and we try not to collect it. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. We use the mushroom to fire, and then we get Yoshi to grab the fireball, and then that will ignite the bomb. Yeah, we need to think about this the puzzle way, which we typically do. We just haven't been doing nearly enough of it here in Maker 1. It's going to be docking the mushroom in there, and in fact, we'll just leave the clown cart in place over there. And just spit here instead, because that'll be much simpler. Oh, no. I was trying to anticipate the fire there. Let's bump this back up if we can. That was not the best move here. Just trying to dump this in such a way that we can actually get the one-up mushroom in gracefully. Either that, or we just put it here and then get the one-up mushroom to fall in that way. I think that's actually going to be a lot more sensible. This will fall back. Oh, nope. I keep forgetting that we have wall bounces that are going to be that aggressive here. But... oh, we missed it. Missed it. That was a bit of a reading the chat mistake. Alright, let's actually grab it this time. Still thinking about that fire flower segment in the first bit as well. But anyway, you get 2 chances to 1-up, so we have no excuse. There we go, and then let's get some fire. That's not in the best position. Let's bump this over a little bit. Give ourselves a bit more room. Now we ignite. And that should be simple. And then let's climb. Once we very unnecessarily take a hit. And head through. Okay, back to this room. Yeah, there's a thwomp room and a turn block room. Well, let's see everything. This is going to be a buzzy shell. Presumably we have to hit the buzzy and take the shell. But we'll see exactly what that entails, perhaps. Now... ah, I see. So because of timing here, we actually do need to deflect and kick. And we need to be careful about that, perhaps. The hard block there does give you a pretty exact location where you might want to do that. Oh. Hang on. A little bit too low there, but I think that's the right idea. We just need to stand a bit better. Okay. I assume that we'll take the hard block here as advice. There we go. And let's push through to this side again. So yeah, this is the bit with the fire flower. And there's something to do with the P-switch. Right, because the P-switch just activates if you face left. I think we're going to crouch, get up here. Can we? If we try to scrunch up this way. Nope. Wait, we haven't spawned anything in yet. No, it's within 3 tiles off screen though, I'm sure. But... yeah, of course. Not gonna cheese it that easily. Let's see if we can stuff ourselves up top. It looks very much like we need to get to the top somehow. Or maybe do something with the head bump here. Yeah, it's like this. You just spam like that. That's interesting. I hadn't seen that before. that you can just do a rapid fire, and because they have such a quick cooldown on the fireball, when you just fire repeatedly, since it's crashing against a wall, as long as you hit the ceiling, then you can back up like this. I've never seen this mechanic. I don't know if it works in 2, in fact. But that's the way to do it. Well, rather satisfying that we could, in fact, figure that out with no outside information. I was thinking the top tile looked a bit suspicious, but... yeah, because of the rapid reload on the fire flower, you can sustain this position. Oh. Let's back up a little bit. And then by that point, the blue is well out of the way. Let's not hit the thwomp, obviously. I think we sustain the thwomps so they don't get trapped as we go across. Okay. Well, this is a mechanic we see often enough, so... and then, I guess we just up throw into this. Oh. That's actually just going to take care of it for me. And we're through. We don't want to get trapped up there, obviously, so let's not try to recover the spring. Anyway, that's it. Well, even now, we are learning new things of Maker 1. I'm going to explore here for a little bit just to see the bubbles. I think this is just almost certainly more title screen. And let's head back. I beat it within the marathon time limit. Okay. I don't have any context for the original event, so thank you for the GG. I'll just click through to your profile if you want to tell me the name of the level you want to see. Might be easier that way. Because I'm not running the bot today anyway, so... oh, the SGDQ level, okay. Must have been something I saw on stream years and years ago, but don't remember. Because I would have watched at least one of the original relays, I think. So maybe I've seen it. I probably don't remember it. If I have. Yeah, I'm pretty certain I would have seen the relay that year, in fact, but we'll be going into it more or less fresh. Now, I know from experience running GDQ levels that... oh, so this is what it looks like in NSMB. I mean, it's the same sprite everywhere, but we hadn't really seen people use it in this style. And I guess it's multiple segments. And the final point over here. Okay, yeah. Okay. And we need to send this over, don't we? By bashing. Hence, Bowser Bash. Well, you see, this is how you know I'm not doing it in a race setting. Do we... yeah, no, we just need to displace in front of it, actually. Because that gives it room to slip to the left. Very nice. Not exactly the model of speedrunning here, but... as I was saying, I know from experience running levels from past GTQ events that we tend to do things a slow way, perhaps. But we'll do it in sequence so I don't lose track. I think we have to stop and then probably displace this onto the current platform? No. Does that make sense? Yes, we have to displace him. That's going to work out. I can totally see why this works as a race level. Whoa. Just enough to mess around. I actually should look up the video for this afterwards. Just out of interest. And then... Nope. Nope. Just enough rope for everybody to hang themselves with. There we go. The video is hype and Jakku finished the level right as the allotted time expired. Interesting. Right, because they do the per level limit, so you don't have everybody drag so long. Yeah, we've done that. Let's get over here. And, I mean... Yeah, it's with the shell collision, that's what it is. That's very much a Maker 1 mechanic, if I... Oh, we'd seen another level use it. Let's... Yeah, we've seen this. Let's go to this room now. Now, why... Oh, okay, because this guy has the key, so... Right, and then we would probably want to overlap him until we get a chance to... let's reset. Let's reset. I think we need to stomp him and then... We'll displace down here. Now we get the opportunity to ground pound. And then we overlap. Like, oh, no, that's not it. Oh no, we just need to get him to walk, actually. I just thought it was a note block there. We just get him to walk. It's not a big deal. 6 minutes allotted for each level that year in the race. Yeah, that's... I know they might have extended it to 8 or something in later editions, but I was much more in tune with what was going on with the Maker 2 editions. For Maker 1, I watched the event long after the fact. I didn't watch it live. Because I wasn't really paying attention to Maker 1 until 2019 or so, after a long absence. What was I doing here? I didn't even pay attention to this room in the least. I guess we sneak under? Yeah. Yes, this is the wall mechanic. We actually do know it. But I failed to enter the pipe, so... I'm very impressed that this stayed up on a live service, incidentally, just for that alone, because I do know the Plumber in the Walls, which was the 3YM puzzle level that used that mechanic, was taken down and was re-uploaded quite late. And I know that a couple of other levels in GTQ set were deleted, I think. But anyway, this is going to be with... We need to think about one-way logic and Maker 1. It is falling into this... But then you need to get a key off to Piranha, so how do we do that? Well, if you climb... Let me think about this. This actually got deleted 3 times. You removed a few visual glitches. You spent some time surreptitiously teaching most of the race's one-way mechanics via other viewer levels. Okay. Yeah, because we know that... Oh, it's going to be something to do with tutorial, isn't it? Yeah, because of course one-ways just work completely different than Maker 1, and so... It might not be something I know, but I guess it's useful to learn it now before the game goes down. And we have 200 seconds to do so, so... And then with a crouch. No, I guess not. I guess I can't access the reset at this point either, so... Yeah, because if you do this... No, it's not going to go with the spin necessarily. I wonder if there's something wall jump related we can do. Or ground pound related that we could also do, perhaps. I know that you have some other... Or rather, in SMU, there's some other mechanics that might make use of ground pound cancel. It seems like Divine here is specifically trying to prevent something with the ground pound cancel. I have no idea what's going on with the shroom either. Yeah. I don't think I know it mechanically, but we'll see if we can reason our way towards it. Because maybe the facing direction matters? Maybe ground pound cancel could matter? I don't know. Could be something else sneaky here. Something to do with the Divine Climb. The one way where you collected red coin, why am I allowed to pass through it? Because your facing direction matters in terms of whether you're facing it sort of into one-way panel, right? Where you see how I'm only part way over, I'm not at the point where I can get forced out. Isn't that right? Oh no, I'm thinking, I know what I'm thinking about. I was thinking about the facing direction in relation to getting on top of the one-way panel, because that's the Maker 1 thing, where you face in and then you get on top. You face out and you don't collide. I'm still kind of mid-collision here, so I'm able to get in, right? And I can go quite far mid-collision before I get pushed out. And so with Divine Climb, I should be able to get partway in. The one way is solid until it's not, right? Maybe the mushroom one way can be solid until it's not. Mushroom one way. Let's see, because the bridge is just going to overlap that completely. Oh, how did I do that? It's drop off the side of the bridge. Interesting. But it's only when I'm big. And then if I... Yeah, so I guess there's a particular order that I need here then. Where... Possibly order is going to matter if mushroom is first, and then... And then maybe I'm able to sneak through this one with some kind of mushroom height property that I would also have to figure out. Let's see. Yeah, so what I did here was I just dropped off the bridge. I don't know why that works. Or why that worked the last time. But it was... I'm actually not sure what I did to make that work, but... But anyway, I'm able to come in through here, drop in like this. The one-ways are solid until they're not. You need to make them not if you want to try to pass through. Okay. Yeah, so I did something here. Some kind of interaction that I wasn't really paying attention to. The one-ways are solid until they're not. Let's think about that. What makes a one-way not solid? I mean, I have this partial Actually, yeah, in terms of the way that it's actually designed, I'm not sure. But see, if I'm here, it can go quite some time before I exit completely and then I get pushed out, right? When I'm overlapping it at all, we're fine. So perhaps the idea here is that we find some kind of overlap that will kind of get me within range of the one-way panel. Our one-way solid and semi-solids is the thing I'm trying to reason out here, because it seemed like we were able to kind of go in like this, where... Yeah, we had to kind of catch it before we hit the ground. And we had to catch it from this left to right, where we should be able to fall in, right? Like that. So we should be able to apply something similar. I mean, almost certainly the piranha plant is holding the key, and then you have to use the fire flower to whack it for the key. So at this point, we need to think about how to get the fire flower. And... well, the pipe's coming out this way. Maybe there's some way I can sort of rise from a crouching position or climbing position to do that. The key there is I need to turn the one-way not solid before I pass through it, and then if I fall, I need to turn it not solid again. Yeah, because if I fall, then it detects me as being on the ground, like pushing outside, right? Where if I'm coming in here and I do the kind of entry that would normally get me to fall in, then we can fall in like this. I see it. Similarly, if we face a particular way, I mean, we need to flower it before we do this, but how did I do that? I was climbing and I just nudged into it. Let's see if I can reproduce that behavior. That's sort of interesting that I could just climb and nudge. Because I'm Big Mario now and I can do what I want, apparently. But is it just because I snuck over it? Interesting. Big Mario's big, yeah. Now, we need to basically maybe tap into this and nudge over like this. If we nudge over like this, then we can pass through like this. Yeah, I see what's going on. That we did the nudge, the same nudge that I did to get the flower. And then it changes the state of the one-way panel, like this, right? So that's interesting that it's a property of the panel itself. I actually didn't know that about the way that this was set up, that the collision is something that's a property of the panel, rather than the property of Mario, if I'm understanding you correctly. Okay, I mean, we were not within the 6-minute limit, obviously, but... let's see what's over here. In Bowser Party. Okay, and then at this point we just try to bust things open. Is there a particular order, or does it... I'm just doing this greedily, actually, just as... an assumption here that we'll just let fireworks go on. And the bombs will just, you know, take care of them. Good time. You prepped as many races as you could, all the ones that streamed, yeah. Definitely a bit of a time save in terms of, you know, ensuring that your level would actually be finished and not just abandoned. By a hair's breadth, as it turns out.
Mario time!
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, you know, Nintendo's going to delete it at this point with a week to go, but I will probably grab this one offline, I think. I've been trying to figure out, well, a kind of nice, generous sample of levels that have very Maker 1 specific mechanics in them, and particularly glitch mechanics that I want to grab offline before the shutdown. So, accidental learning is perfectly fine. Let me know what the name of that level is if you know, because that's almost certainly much easier to deal with. You must be installed to ride. Okay, let's go down and look for it. Oh, it's right here. Also 2018. So. Well, it looks like it might just be one screen wide, which is fine by me. Let's see it. Okay. And we have a checkpoint here. Oh, I see. Okay, I see how this is going to work. If we reset through the door, however, that's all going to go. And then, let's see if the dry bones is going to do anything for me on the donut blocks. Yeah. It's going to go over there. So the idea is that we need to get the POW placement over there at some point, and then dry bones is able to walk across and hit the other note block. If I understand this. And possibly there's going to be some kind of displacement that can happen too. Well, we'll see. So yeah, this pushes me up. Kind of wonder if we can get myself pushed up with how actually. Oh no, that's not going to work. And Fluttershy, did anybody ever legitimately clear Turing nerves? I saw that Sanix is very close and got to the last jump. Basically, was behind the door. I saw that earlier today. There was a clip of it, and yeah, I am aware that Jank Pickle and Curbs are both streaming it, and probably Chris as well. But it looks a little more tractable before the shutdown than it seemed, just given the expertise that has been brought to bear. But anyway, good luck with that, Dr. Cliché. And yeah, who knows who's working on it offline, given that so many of the clears near the end were not done live necessarily, but video recording otherwise. Is this going to be... yeah, it is going to be a block. I'm just trying to figure out... if you send the dry bones across, and then... perhaps there's a point at which I need to disable it. What even spawned a mushroom? The mushroom seems to have been spawned. Right, because if I send the dry bones across like this, let's follow the red Koopa movement pattern. Create the bridge. Thank you so much for the sub, Captain Redbeard. Where was that mushroom coming from earlier then? Or, oh, no, it was already consumed in this run. Yeah, it was from the note block. And we are on a run where it is not resetting. But then, in that case, we just need to leave this open, right? This one can stay open, and the dry bones should still be able to walk across, perhaps. Let's test it before we reset the level. I kind of... oh, no, but there's semi-solid there, so the mushroom can't come down. Yeah, there is a semi-solid there, so it's not going to go across. If it does this. So we need to find a way to leave the mushroom a gap to come down, or find some other way to obtain the mushroom. We'll have to reset this, obviously, but... oh, also notice... yeah, the POW comes down on your head, which means that you can potentially do a POW bump. If you sort of scoot over, right? Or maybe. That seems like it might be a bit tricky. Let's see if we can do it. I think it might actually be a POW scoot. The POW placement can't be coincidental. Let's... And let's see if we can bump it in such a way that we can escort the dry bones across. What's the name of this? You must be just told to ride, yeah. So if we manage to escort it, even just a little bit, well, that we failed there, but that is the solution. That is the solution. So. Okay. That's absolutely correct. But we need to be pretty careful about reversing it. Because the execution is something that we need to plot out first. Whoops. Just stop grabbing that. On my way out. And then... Oh, no. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do the reversal in terms of watching the timing. But you don't actually need to do it all the way, right? Yes you do, because I can't hit these blocks without dropping the POW first. I think I just need to carry it all the way over then. And then escort him over. This is a fun solution. Fun solution. And then now that we're tall, we sneak in to the reset door, and then we do this again. Except, can we hold the POW if we... Yes, because we're going to come up here, we'll grab a new POW, and then we'll jump up and we'll do everything accordingly. Except you still need to get the dry bones over. That's okay, because we can take damage. Dry bones is going to be sitting on this side. All of this is going to be open. We drop the POW up top. Oh no, if you drop the POW up top, then you don't have another POW to work with. No, that's okay. Because what you do is you can just activate all the blocks freely once the POW is already in place. Which means that we will actually try to sneak in here. And can I grab the POW and sneak in? Or will I have trouble picking up the object? I will have trouble picking up the object. I needed to drop the POW over here first, I think. To the left, so we can pick it up. No, we don't. We just pick it up over here. We're fine. I'm overthinking it. I'm overthinking it. And then we take damage, and then we don't even need to take damage, actually. We just send this guy across. You know what? We can also get checkpoint. That might be smart. So we can, you know, not lose the timeout or something silly. But then that just gives you a bomb that opens up the hard block. And if you open up the hard block, then if you're still big, then you can jump through and then hit the flag. The axe, rather. Okay. Oh, it's not even... Yeah, it's not a key, obviously. It's a bomb, like I was saying. And there's a muncher there that's spawn blocked, which means that's fine. We just grab the POW and we go. That's done. Yep, fun solution. Feel free to toss me a couple more Dr. Cliché. These have all been all idiosyncratically interesting in their own way, so. Orange is a new white? Yeah, let's look for that. And is it down or up? Let's go down. There we go. You don't have too many levels that are approachable. Yeah, that's fine. I know that a lot of what you do, at least the impression you gave me, was that it leaned towards the hard Kaizo end. We saw Polysaw here on a lot of puzzle records over the course of playing some other makers. But yeah, I appreciate the guidance here in terms of just knowing what to play. Okay, so Wiggler in the clown car. And currently we can't get across this gap. Let's think about it. We know it's doable in 8 seconds, which is not to say we'll do it. That donut block looks interesting. We know that that's that, I guess. And that the bounce back isn't going to give you anything meaningful in terms of momentum. I was sort of wondering if like the momentum here could be useful in terms of maintaining speed, but there's going to be something specific here that we need to think about in terms of how... Well, let's think about the end condition that we're looking at here. I think the end condition that we're looking at here is that we want the clown car to actually get displaced down here. The reason for that is that if we manage to do that, then we'd have something to jump off of, right? We have a wiggler to jump off of. Actually, we don't even need the clown car, we just need a wiggler to come out. We can displace it. Or dislodge it. I don't see how we would. Yeah, because clown car's obviously not coming down to one tile slot, but if you have the wiggler drop off, and then you give yourself a bounce in that position, then maybe we have something. Obviously, if we can cross this gap, then we just win, right? So it's not going to be crossing that gap immediately. It's going to be some other interaction that we have to figure out first. The donut block down there looks interesting. I wonder what that's all about. Again, we might want to think about those one-way panel mechanics as well. If that at all becomes relevant. Now let's think about this. So anyway, the wiggle is just hanging out here. I don't know if we have something that we can use to dislodge it, but... yeah, I'm pretty sure that Mario is not allowed to cross here yet. But maybe there's something we can do positionally just to get it to move out of there. Or this vine looks interesting. The one-way panels, of course, are something that we've been trained to keep an eye out on. Does name mean anything to you? I know that there is a television series, possibly based on a book that's like a prison not a prison escape, but like a prison series called Orange is the New Black, right? Is that what I'm looking for, or is this something completely different? Because that's the closest thing I can think of. Oh, Orange is the New White. Okay, you know what? Let's do the little squat here. Okay, look at this. This, yeah, because the white platform, typically, in Super Mario 3, gives you, not on this side, but on this side, it gives you the little Easter egg bounce, right? And it gives you the little Easter egg bounce. And possibly we can use that to dislodge something. And it works on this platform that is orange because I thought it was always just on the white platforms, but maybe since you're over the curtain, the semi-solid placement does something a little bit different. But and perhaps there is, I mean, I don't see any kind of stack here that could be useful, but let's hold down here. Yeah, for some reason I always thought the Easter egg was just for the white semi-solid, but maybe the placement over the curtain matters to something. This orange semi-solid is simply stacked in front of white semi-solid. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Because semi-solid stacking is so much more flexible in this game, that's why. Yeah. And then of course you can see that this here, you know, because the stem would be in the middle here, it's crossing these 3 tiles. Like this platform crosses these 3 tiles. The orange semi-solid is simply stacked in front of the white semi-solid. Yeah, that doesn't appear to help me yet. But what do we get on the ground over here? No, that's just a ground tile, though. It's not going to be stacked on top of a semi-solid. At least collision-wise, that's not going to make sense. But does that perhaps mean that I could just take the hop and then move over to the right? Nope, doesn't seem so. Because I'm trying to think about like what to interact with here. If orange is also white, if maybe that's consistently the case, was something else going on here too, but and yeah, quality humor. Imagine that just thinking during a video game. Okay, so we can do the little white platform Easter egg displacement here, but I'm not sure what else a white platform could be used for. Unless there's something else that is like a color equivalence that we might want to think about. Like many of these other orange elements that we might make use of somehow. But, I mean, obviously there's no semi-solid stacking going on over here. So what could it be? Let's think. Nothing to do with the donut block, but how far can I scooch over that edge? Pretty far, actually. Oops. Counting pixels here. Yeah, pretty far, so maybe we actually just need to scooch over the gap. I'm totally missing the timing for this, though. If it is something that's timing based. Let's see. Oh, we have 7 seconds anyway, it's not gonna happen. It's about 7 seconds. Actually, almost exactly. We had 7 on the clock and then it happened right before, so. If we do that, perhaps we can time a moment we can hold right and fall out of that, but trying to see if we can do it this way. Oh, almost. Looks like we could have gone further here. Good visual cue for maximal scooch as the orange pixel appears at the back of Mario's head. The back of his head? Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I see the overlap you're talking about. Yeah. It's about 7 on the clock to do it. Oh, no, missed it. It's counting in my head here. No. Oh, maybe it's not quite. Let's count this properly. It's actually 6 seconds. Okay. Let's go at 400 and see if we can do it. Six. Nope, too early. It's very easy to do a big Mario because you can crouch and hold to the right at the same time. Yeah. Interesting. Nope. You discovered the Easter egg hop was big enough to cross one gap. Naturally made it hard for a small Mario, yeah. Oh, trying to hold right into that. And the issue with that is I'm still holding down at that point. Maybe I should... Well, let's see. Nope, too early. I mean, if that's the actual solution, then... Oh. Oops. And it's really just execution here that's blocking us off. Nope, not quite. Not quite. We're starting to hold right around that time, but can't tell if I'm late or early on that. Let's try it again. Nope, too soon. I'm glad we saw it early, actually. Yeah, so we've got 2 pixels there now, I think. Nope, too early. Hang on, I have to get in position first. This is why I'm not a precision player. In any respect. No. Well, let's see if we can manage it. We're certainly learning quite a bit about this game. Yeah, because I guess Maker 1, since Small Mario just doesn't have a crouch animation. It's something to get used to as well. Not that it would change the execution barrier here either way. Oh. You're down diagonal too soon. Nope. Can't really tell if I'm going early or late, but I'm definitely not gaining enough distance. Nope, too early. Hang on. Lack of crouch is what makes it hard. With crouch, you can just hold down diagonal the whole time, and you automatically start moving as soon as you hop. Yeah, Yeah, I see what you mean. Because otherwise, you just slip right off the way we've been doing. I've actually been counting along with the clock. But you know what? Maybe, yeah, let's do this on a beat and let's see what happens. And of course we did it right at the transition to the fast music, so that doesn't help at all. Actually, neither method works now. Really. Well, no, I mean, you can still count according to the clock, but... Mr. Electro Dude, welcome. Yeah, it was fast. Yeah, because I'd just been counting to 7 on the clock, and that gives me an accurate reading of when the hop is going to happen, but not an accurate reading of when to press right, I suppose. But we can try to start over. Nope, no, quite. Oh, is that actually accurate to that? Let's see. Almost, actually. Let's try to do it on beat 1. Let me just think about it this way. No, it's a little before that, actually. Because I'm trying to count a full 4 bars. It's actually a little before that. I think it's more accurate to count it according to the clock. But... hang on. Let's try it again. Realistically, I don't know if we'll get the clear on this, but... at least we know conceptually what's going on. Whoops. Let's get in position first. Can afford to go over? No. I was hoping to push another pixel out of that. Nope. About halfway over. Maybe. Let's try it again. Okay, that's much further over. Almost. Nope, too early. Surprisingly tricky. Actually, unsurprisingly tricky. That we need to find a right spot, first of all. Come on. I am holding run. Should I not be? I am absolutely holding run. Nope, too early. I want to hold run once I start crouching. Once I start crouching, okay. Not before. That might change things. Yeah, no, because I've actually just been holding run the whole time, like even when I start crouching. You walk to position a pixel, okay. Yeah, no, it's Mario habit for me to just hold run the whole time, so. Nope. No, my timing is just wrong. Although I'm close. tight. Yeah, maybe we should walk to get in a position. Nope, you're slipping off here. Nope. I'm not sure I'll be able to do this. It'll be fun to see it happen, but... a little too precise for what I can do. Whoops. Come on. Nope, not quite. I actually have been walking, I just can't quite get the pixel I want here. Wait for 7. Nope, too early. That's right, I'm trying it. I just don't... I mean, I like that we found a solution. I just don't know if I can execute it. As I usually can't execute most pixel precision in this game, so... no. Yeah, I don't know that we're making any meaningful progress in that, because I'm basically just kind of guessing at a timing window and trying to go on 7. And we can see it, but I'm not closing the gap. So, could be that a lot of my initial positioning is a little too far out. But... Electra, do Easter breakfast, you'll be back later? Yeah, if I'm still on, throw me some levels when you're back. Inland by sea. Okay. Did we see that one already up top? Or was that... I think that we passed it. Inland by sea. Well, it's not the Muncher Stairs level, we can see that. I guess we should... There we go. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. You have to find a particular timing, I think. You made an underwater crouch tech tribute. For 2 Finnish players who were connoisseurs of crouch tech. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I'm just kind of doing it until it works. I'm not totally convinced that I actually understand it, but... maybe we need a particular point in the float here. Oh, because we don't want to dock into the car, right? So... maybe we just continue scooching over? No, can't be. I think we need to find a positioning here that will allow me to not dock back in, because that clips me back into the middle, right? Like maybe when it hits the ceiling? No. No, not quite. I don't think it's going to be a ceiling then. Maybe the bottom. Yeah, the bottom actually does miss if you're... Nope. I was just not catching on the way up. Nope. Nope. And we have to get all the way back down too, but that should be okay. Well, maybe. We'll see. Because getting down the steps, I guess, maybe not as trivial as I think it is. Also, 2 coins. Where's the second coin? I didn't even see it. Oh, maybe through the pipe. Let's see. Well, doing it impatiently won't help. Yeah, because it seems like if it's hitting the very bottom, then I can scoot over a little bit without being caught, but... Actually, as it's just about to pass, I'm watching the green line at the top of the clown car, and as it's just about to pass on the way down, that's when we do it. Because then you don't get caught in the bounce back. Now we need to, oops, get out of here first of all. And then maybe some momentum would help? Maybe. No, I think I need to drop back. Well, we understand this consistently at least, which is not to say that we do the descent as well. But it seems like we sort of need to slide in here. Nope. Oh, that's bad. Let's get back out. Yep, almost. Does reset you quite a ways. Okay, down. So now we need to figure out how to make it over with any kind of movement here. I don't know if it's just momentum or if there's some kind of swim that you need to do. I mean, there's nothing here to displace the clown car. So yeah, we basically need to figure this out step by step as well, that with each successive step we need to figure out how to roll in, and or at least kind of squeeze ourselves in. Oh, almost. Actually briefly made contact with a donut, so whatever it was there. So we briefly made contact with Donut, and I'm not sure how. And Mang, thank you for sending me something. You may just need to tell me how to do this, yeah, because I don't know how to do this, so... We did briefly make contact, but... Again, I didn't really play Advanced Maker 1 while it was active, so... It's a knowledge check. Crouch and uncrouch quickly while holding to the left, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, that's not too bad, actually. Then we just scoot. Problem now is... Okay, we need to go over like this. I see, and then we'll have a second half through the pipe, presumably. Okay. Yeah, man, don't know what you sent me, but we'll look at that one next, whatever it is. Okay, now we need to get through these gaps here. Probably using the ice to somehow slide across them. Okay, that wasn't too bad at all, actually. Then we need to slip in here. But we need to do so over the one tile gap. So for a flag... yeah, it's been instructive to learn some of this, like right at the last minute for Maker 1, so. Yeah, drop drip, wrong game. We're in Maker 1 today. 3 blocks away and just jump to the flag while crouching. Oh, interesting. Oh, and then you're sort of in the swim animation. Oh, we displaced that. 3 blocks away. That. And is it a single held jump, or what is it? Do not uncrouch. Okay. When the skulls are done, do the crouch and crouch to get deeper. Huh. Don't swim, just jump and hold it down left. Okay. Right, and you're trying to get in that slot at the right distance, right? Yeah, we did manage to get enough of a displacement there. So is it 3 from the flag or 3 from the block? What is it? Oh, reset the skulls, okay. Because you need the skulls to get enough of an offset to stuff you there? Is that the idea? Ooh, time's up. That's okay. We know how to do this. And then here... How do we even do it correctly this time? We found a particular rhythm for this. I mean, I did it first time without really even thinking about it, so... I don't think I ever actually did it the right way. Do a big jump. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. While in a crouching position, right? Right, and then... But it's while holding down, not down diagonal. That's the trick. You just hold straight down. Let's get out, and then... Whoop. On the way down. Trying to find the clown car overlap we needed. We had it before. Whoop. And then down. Whoops. Yeah, I'm just watching the green line on the lip of the clown car. This one I'm satisfied with figuring it out myself. Okay. And then just try to spam away in. And scoot, scoot, scoot. This time not burning quite as much time. I'm glad we can recreate this without too much trouble. And then in. Now, we didn't have trouble last time. Let's see if we still understand what's going on. Just swim, actually. The other coin. And so we want to keep the skull. Oh, I see. And then the skull gives you an offset that gets you on top of the block if you scoot quickly enough to do the same tech as before. We had it for a moment. Nope, lost it. Let the skulls finish before I take over. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then, oh, I was trying to continue holding left there while swapping onto the diagonal, but let's try it again. Got 300 seconds this time, so a bit more room to work with. Nope, lost it. If I can crouch for too long, I get ejected. Okay. That makes sense. Oh. There we go. Got it.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Well, thanks for coaching me through that one. Wouldn't really have been able to do it otherwise. And yeah, man, we'll switch over to the one that you sent, but I'm now a Crouch Tech Master just in time. Earned my certification with a week to go. Well, to hear what you were saying earlier, you delayed your breakfast trip to the store and was rewarded by walking into the worker, pulling the exact bread you wanted out of the oven. That is good Dendori. Anyway, thank you so much for the selection so far, Dr. Cliche. And if you think of anything else that you think I can accomplish, you're free to suggest it, but we'll switch over to Meng's code first. And of course, we've got lots of codes to spare on my end as well to fill things in as we go. Now, what could Meng possibly have for me? Falls of Walls. Interesting. Very popular. And not something I've seen. This is from May 2016. I feel like there is wall jumping in our future. Oh. Oh, I see. Maybe we should have taken that coin seriously. Or maybe it's telling me that coins signal something to me. Yes, and then we can reset out of here. The coin tells me that something is coming, which is good. It looks like on the left side it's going to fall on that platform though, right? Oh no, because it's in Track's world. Okay. Oh, there we go. Surprisingly readable. What's up here, I wonder? Probably nothing. But, oh, no, wrong way. Wrong way.
Oh no.
Yeah, nothing here. We could have seen, in fact, from the airship camera bomb that there was just ceiling there. And now things are going to be slightly more time sensitive. Oh, I see. That's an alignment wall, of course. Hadn't really seen the walls used for alignment up to that point, so that caught me a little bit by surprise. There we go. It's gonna be a wall jump central over here. And then this is bad idea. We could have actually salvaged that with a wall jump, but maybe we shouldn't have gone backwards in the first place. Okay, steps through there. And we'll just let them continue to cut the level apart, and then luckily the coin placements do give me plenty of information. Oh, wall jump over to that 1-up would have been helpful, but this is a lengthy column. Yeah, let's just run it. And that's a checkpoint. Head bumping some of the blasters is probably a bad idea here. We probably should keep our heads down as well for some of this. Oh, squish that. Yeah, that was supposed to be a series of wall jumps until the columns open up some space.
Oh no!
You can sometimes scout the path that you need if you are attentive. Oops.
Oh no!
Not quite.
No! Oh
Some of the
no!
displacements here are not in my favor. Well, we managed to get pretty far up to the flag on one attempt at least, so... Oh, whoops. Let's not ground pound. Let's not start over either.
Oh no!
Not quite there. Yeah, we don't want to wall jump, obviously. We just want to continue on the skull platform. But we'll see. Maybe it is possible to just navigate a bunch of wall jumps across and... Oh. With great difficulty. No, that's not going to happen.
Oh no!
Maybe that's not the best way to do it. We'll see. Yeah, you just need to sneak into the gaps as you go. Evidently.
Oh no!
I feel like with this section being at the mercy of the player camera, that there could be some room for spawn inconsistency here, but we'll try to map it out. The time I got to the ending felt pretty clean. Whoops.
Oh no!
We don't need to crouch like that everywhere as well. I think I'm still operating with a bit of a residual crouching habit from the previous level, and yeah, it's much easier we don't just crouch everywhere. However, we don't want to get trapped.
Oh no!
What we're trying not to do, though, is hit any accidental wall jumps. Sometimes we'll collide with things. Oh, yeah, that's
Oh no!
not going to be a jump that's high. And we'll see what else we can fix here. Oh.
Oh no!
Bad momentum control out of the wall jump. I was trying to wall jump out of that sequence, but then just wound up in the middle instead. Yeah, sometimes you just need to go really low. Not that low.
Oh no!
Is there an umbrella power-up? You may be thinking of Super Kirby Maker. Oh. There we go. Not exactly at the top of the flag here, but we made it.
Mario time!
Thank you for that, man. Yeah, like I said, we're open to suggestions today, but I also have tons of codes that I can deal in if we have nothing else coming. We're not running a Qbot or anything, but we are just going to Takes things casually. Yeah, Dr. Cliche will go back to you once more with feeling. And I'm just gonna punch in one of your previous codes, I guess. Oh, I guess I'll go to my profile as well, but let's just punch in a code, and we'll just go back. It'll be faster than trying to load different tabs constantly. And this was actually the right code anyway. I just guessed it from the pile of codes that you sent me. And got it on the first try. Look at that. Anyway, once more with feeling. Okay, well, we have 10 seconds. So I probably shouldn't stare at this for too long. You have to kick the shell over, though, right? No, it has to be with a shell kick, then. I mean, this is not going to lower it by enough, though, right? Or will it give me the node? Because, oh, whoops. If we do follow it, though, then we can keep on kicking it, right? From behind? Or... no, that can't be it. I feel like it has to be the node on top, but then... yeah, it has to be a node on top. Then how come the shell... oh, I see. Track it like this? Does that work? That doesn't make sense. How come it was so much faster? Oh no, we just need to do 2 kicks, that's what it is. There we go. There we go. That's it. That's absolute solution. Quick and easy, yeah. Yeah, it took me a moment to realize that you could just follow it over. Look at a world record on that, just way ahead of me. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Check a coin duplication glitch. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Coin duplication glitch. Let's see if we can find it. Here it is. Okay, so we see 10 coins up above. We have... ah, yes, I think I can't reconstruct this off the top of my head, but I think I've heard about what this is. Now you come back here. Well, let's go through a door and see what happens. And that just matches here. But then... hang on. Let's try this.
Oh no!
Because then you get 3 coins. I don't remember the theory behind it. I remember seeing this in some fashion. Is it because of the flag overlap with the coin, where there's some kind of collision priority on how it saves to count versus saving the state of coins. Is that what's going on, or? Because then the idea is that you take a dive, right, and then you just keep on adding coins. And then you just add this one immediately, so you just keep going, right? It's because the 2 coins overlap coordinates. Oh, you mean between the main world and the subworld? Really? That's so specific. That is so specific. How does that even... Okay, no, but we've picked up this one in duplicate. So what if we take a dive here now? Then do we go back, and does that give me... Yeah, it gives me this coin. But we want to die in the... Well, we can die in the subworld once and the main world once, right? Is that the idea? Yeah, you can do it in the subworld once, and then you die again in the main world once. But it's only the subworld coin that's coming back, yeah. You discovered this while making puzzle and bubbles with 2 identical hub worlds and coins in the same spots on the doors. So very specific accidental discovery then. That was what happened. Yeah, because now you grab this and you can take another dive. Well, I figured out it was because the coins were in the same spot, so you had to offset the hub worlds. That is so specific, where... I mean, I can totally see why, you know, QA wouldn't catch this. But even so, that is still in the game in this state. Yeah, now of course, if you take key death, obviously it just resets the level, right? Like, it would just reset. So we would just grab the last coin and go through the door. How do you clear check this then? How does the clear check work? Is it just dev route, or what is it? I can't imagine how the clear check would work. Dev path, right? It's gotta be. Oh, delayed dev. Okay, okay. Yeah, my core spot honestly is a totally overstuffed mess right now, so which is why I haven't really been going into the editor on stream, but because I have to like do tons of cleanup basically. But world record 14 seconds, so well, I guess maybe you could. Well, I mean, if you're just cycling in and out from the front, then that makes sense. Probably a high duration timer dropping a fire flower, yeah. You think the 14 seconds is hacked? Interesting. I mean, it's a whole lot of back and forth though, right? Where it doesn't take a lot of time to just die repeatedly. Yeah, 14 seconds, that seems as well within range. We're not going to try it, but... yeah, that might make sense. Anyway. The level timer is paused for most of it, exactly, yeah. Because you're just in the zone transition and the death animation anyway. So... well, that was a fun one to see. Anyway, unless you have an immediate suggestion, we're going to go back to slightly more standard play. If that's alright with you. Unless anybody has things to throw at me. I know Electrodude had a whole pile he wanted to give me, but then he dashed off for breakfast, and so we'll wait for him to come back before we do that. But I will punch in some more codes. Oh, Baradur the Dark Tower. Let's see. We can try it. I don't mind. You're here, you're suggesting it. And with a level set this big, it is helpful to have some guidance as to what to play and what the context is, so we'll give it a shot. 1.2, surely we can do it. Love the code on it too, it's bad. Anyway, we've got the Eye of Sauron looking at us here. Staring us down. Oh, and then so it's just a vine climb on either side. Yeah, it's just a side swapping climb. Yeah, I do know my Tolkien, so. And then, yeah, we need a side swap and then kind of follow the pattern up. Using the SMM1 property of vine climbs having a facing direction, so. And then we just need to kind of get the rhythm down, really. Climb up, steal the ring, and come down, yeah. Toss it into the fire and all that. Oops. Yeah. Well, I mean, we just need to follow the fire on the side that we're on, and then we just need to be a little more exact about placement. You find vine climbs are easier if you walk. Interesting. Like, just tap your way up and then... Look at that. Exactly as advertised. Quality humor is funny because Tetraterix, or John, whose puzzles we featured here a couple weeks ago, he made a huge Lord of the Rings themed puzzle maze in Maker 2. And I playtested it, and one of the things I playtested for was he actually asked me for a fact check on his pixel art of the Sindarin alphabet. I don't know it by heart, I did need to corroborate some things, but... Speaking of accuracy to Tolkien here, is this just a wall hug on the left side? It is, okay. Oh, a wall hug. So we need to stand back a little bit there. Okay, it's not super precise. We can do it. Yeah, Electrodude, you have returned. We'll close out this one first, Electrodude, and then I'll be happy to look at some of yours. We've seen some very interesting Maker 1 specific mechanics and glitch mechanics in Dr. Cliché's set today, so... I guess Electrodude finally duplicated enough coins to, whoops, escape from the breakfast room. But let's not rush it. And then we just need to find a rhythm here. Okay. You make a Tolkien level, you'll hire me to fact check it, yeah. We can do that. I don't know it as well as I used to, but it'll be good enough for Mario Maker purposes, I'm sure. You never know when somebody will just call you out on something extremely specific. But that's not canon, they say, as they get hit in the face by a Bill Blaster. Rather than a cannonball. Oops. It's a double party because for you the time was also moved forward today. Oh yes, that's right. In the EU. Because, yeah, ever since... Well, I mean, for as long as I've been streaming, Daylight Savings was already out of sync between regions, and... always have to accommodate that when I have out my schedule. You can be extra sleepy today. A little bit of a pause as you swap is actually helpful here, given the timing. That's okay, we just need to watch this carefully. Oops. And not slip up on every jump. A little behind pace there. Can't just climb up continuously, but there's a particular pace that I'm looking for here. Oh. You just need to be very disciplined about not swapping over until the right moment. There we go. Just need to burn enough attempts on it sometimes, that's all that really takes. Then, like the left side. And let's not overshoot here. This will be interesting. And checkpoint, look at that. Okay. Particular gap we should be looking for. Yeah, I was hoping to just go up a bit and then swap and take it as slowly. So checkpoint before pipe transition. Yeah, that's fine. We're not particular about rushing away through everything. Well, the humor, you just finished reading the Silmarillion. I mean, if you're doing the Silmarillion first, I mean, you're kind of daring enough that anything will do. No, you should, regardless, tackle The Hobbit first. It's very different, written under very different circumstances, and whoops. Oh, yeah, no, that just overlaps you directly. You do have to keep climbing continuously. Let's see this. It don't look like it was... Oh, maybe I even have to jump through? There's no real safe zone, though. Huh. I'm looking at this timing and thinking, like, there's no clear safe zone. Or, yes there is. But you do need to go, you can't stall, you have to kind of go in the middle with every window of availability. And not overshoot. Yeah, I'm thinking that it's possible to just stick to one side of Mario, just given the pattern here. I am trying to go one by one, I'm just overshooting. But yeah, the timing would be a bit more generous if you do swap, obviously. Just to give yourself more of a window to climb. Maybe. I don't know if that makes sense. It's basically a rhythm challenge. So, let's see it. We need to not overshoot. And yeah, jumping the gun a little early, but whoops. Speaking of a little early, that's what happens. Yeah, you can tell I'm not a precision player. Not much walking discipline. But we'll try to do it that way. was anticipating that a little too soon. A lot too soon. Yeah. Oh, oh. Very bittersweet that so much is going away. At least from any kind of convenience access. Oops. Once again, just need to find a good, consistent pocket. I keep going much too soon. And much too far. Well, pretty lengthy column to make it through, so we will see. Yeah, I always feel like I need more time than I really do. I wind up going too early. We'll see what we can do. Let's try it again. Just need a much more exact calculation of the distance we need. This might take a while. This is the one that trips up most people, yeah. I can tell. You just need to have a very confident estimate of timing and distance, I think, so you don't die to making adjustments. Which is what's happening much of the time here. Well, we see how high the pipe is after this segment. Nope. Oh. Yeah, we just don't have a very good sense of the distance to cover just yet. We will try it. Almost. Surprisingly close. What song do I recommend to beat this section? Through to Fire and Flames. I mean, obviously. But if you mean in terms of finding the pocket of rhythm here, well, that's a good question. Almost. We did have that one near miracle attempt, so. Yeah, once you find something comfortable when it comes to timing for the cycle, yeah, we can do it. thing is, all of the Podoboos are following a regular rhythm, so we just need to find the pocket within that. And just try to be consistent. In terms of when the input has to go down. But too early. Well, we did have one very promising run at one point. Nope. That was a little bit low on divine that time, and we just over-adjusted. I'm not swapping the rhythm with syncopated, yeah, but, you know, one additional input I think is going to throw me off quite a bit here. I'm accustomed to playing syncopated rhythms. It's just something regular every 2 climbs instead of every 1. It's still simpler input-wise, I think. Well, I mean, you know, it really depends on what you need to keep yourself consistent. You haven't read a book all year, but you did bring one with you for Easter, which is like half a point, yeah. Just in case someone leaves you alone to go egg hunting or something. Well, I hope you brought something good, not that you know yet. Let's see this. Almost. Starting to find it somewhat. You actually do know this book. Okay, something you've read before then. I mean, you did say you just read The Silmarillion, so... Wait, didn't you just say that while you said you haven't read a book all year? Is this the part where Phoenix Wright says objection? Anyway, let's try to get the climb done. You saw someone else make the Silmarillion joke somewhere and stole it. Okay, I see. So you weren't actually serious. That is some quality humor. Here we go. True ending. No, not really. And, okay, I guess here's the Eye of Sauron. What do we need to do with it? Can't quite see. Perhaps come down here. Oh, okay. I guess that's the one ring. You see, this is your collect 1 coin clear condition by modern standards. And here's the checkpoint that we're not going to die to, I hope. possibly we need to do some jumping here. That's gonna be a whole lot of short bounces on donut blocks. Oh wait, no, you just switched facing direction. It's entirely just a facing direction. We were taught that earlier in the level. And then we need to do the same thing here. Okay. You would say 80% of the people you watch play this level skipped a ring, yeah. Yeah, we need to be pretty careful here as we go down. So. Maybe we shouldn't step on that just yet. One moment, please. Okay, just a minute. Let's see. Yeah, I may actually have to. Well, let's try to get through this one first. We have a potential unexpected interruption. I'm going to try to resume stream if I can't stay up very long, though. Okay. Let's see here. I may leave it on break. I probably should have put up a word game or something, but we will try to continue. Yeah, because there's a particular rhythm here that we need to catch, and we'll see if we can do it. But yeah, if I have to log off briefly, I will actually try to be back. Say within... well, not sure how long, but within maybe half an hour or so. We'll try to continue, though, if we do need to abort. Just need it off stream for something. Yeah, there's a particular rhythm as you go left and right. It's just hard to see here. It's probably slower than I think it is. That is such a strange little hitbox. Yeah. Just need to catch it. Nope. And we don't want to anticipate the turnaround. Not quite your tempo. We'll see. We are this far. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, if I do have to cut off, I'm actually going to come back and resume, you know, like, I'll suspend a Wii U and we'll try to get back in before too long. But this could take a little bit of time. Just trying to find that. I can get a rhythm, I just need to figure out where to do the swap. Because it's just after the Potoboos themselves do the swap. That's tricky. mainly do that part visually. You just wait for the photo boost to change direction and you swap in response. Okay. Okay, hold up. I'm going to put the stream on break. I'm going to remain live. But we will try to be back soon. If it looks like I'm not going to be back soon, you'll see me go offline and cut off, but I will resume here as soon as I can get back on. I am needed for something briefly, so. Thanks for hanging on, and thanks for the level in advance, Dr. Cliche. We'll come back here. We'll make some attempts. We'll try to get to a lecture 2 after that. So, break time. Okay, sorry about the interruption. We hopefully won't have too much more of that. We just had a minor household emergency to attend to here. Oh, but interestingly enough, what happens if you just... I mean, obviously you can't continue through the tower, right? I just wanted to see. Well, not very conveniently. That's right, let's go down this way. Although the thought had occurred. Yeah, thanks once again for staying and bearing with it. Hasn't really happened in a long time, so. No cheese that you're aware of, though a couple of spots look close. Yeah, it looks like the kind of thing where, you know, I'm not enough of a precision player to even think about attempting that anyway on the off chance that the drop would work. I kind of feel like the P-switches give you an interesting cue for the timing that you need. Maybe. Yeah, the P-switches themselves might be bringing a clue as you go down the stack. Don't want to rely too much on that, though. Just need to find it. Might even be easier if visually I just kind of look at one column instead of the center. Because then I'm not as distracted by the other column going at the same time, or trying to watch every flame. This segment here is actually a good way to practice any changes in visualization that I might be doing. Nat Cat, rating with a party of 10. Nat Cat, just in time for me to come back from an unexpected interruption. Oh. Totally shouted out the wrong Nat Cat username here. Whoops. Let me wipe the other one. I keep getting the X at the end. Anyway, Mr. All Games All Day, welcome in as well. And a pitch shifter, wrong game. We're not on Maker 2 today. And a deadlocked fox that goes for you as well. We'll have to find a level that has the Toad Mystery Mushroom. Well, that was a bit of a good luck raid, almost. In that was actually our best attempt by far. And yeah, I'm actually just watching the right side column now. That was what was responsible for that big improvement. Yeah, I was doing some levels from a recommendation list, but then we also had enough viewer content come in today that we're doing a bunch of that. Oh, almost. Need to stall long enough on the donut block without falling off the donut block once we down there. So. Yeah, Knockout, I'm not running the bot or anything. We're just doing things on a very casual, interactive basis with chat. And Fluid Qbot, Megad, was that the new one that you were trying? Because I didn't know you were doing some kind of Q test at some point. Oh, a little bit off the rhythm here. Actually, Electric is theoretically from Discord, but most of the levels that we've been playing today were just from Dr. Cliché suggesting them in chat. Nope. Once I got stalled in the donut block, I lost track of my pattern. We've been consistently getting down there, well, almost consistently at this point. So the visualization change definitely helped. And helped substantially. And yeah, Quality Humor, welcome back as well. Nope. I knew I would choke like that. I was still kind of twisting back and forth and just didn't anticipate the donut timing. Slipped off the edge. That's a huge improvement though, that's best attempt yet. Playing all the cool levels before they're gone, well, we can't get through all the cool levels, but we're getting through a sizable amount. Yeah, once we're at the donut drop, let's, you know, actually stay still and not panic too much about that. We're getting there, though. A huge improvement all of a sudden. Can't get words wrong in a Scrabble streamer stream, well. I think you'd be surprised. Oh, whoops. How many points is it worth if played from center tile? Well, ideally you placed a Q on top of the double letter score that is 5 tiles to the left. So that would be 17, 8, 25, that's a 50 plus 70 for playing all 7, so that's going to be 120, I think. Oh, no, I totally miscalculated. Hang on. 36, 72, 132. No, it's 122. 122, rather. Should be 122. Some people do their arithmetic much faster than I do, especially the more advanced the players you get. I've played with a couple of people who were former world champions and national champions and such, and their arithmetic is just much better than mine. Because they played enough Scrabble at that point that they can just kind of instantly ballpark certain shapes and patterns when it comes to counting, so... yes, Luca, it is... Oh, no, it would have to be through an existing tile, actually. I totally miscounted the letters. It's 8 tiles, not 7. So you would have to have something on the board. You're absolutely right. I'm thinking of 7s like, yeah. How many Q words are there without you? A decent amount. I don't know the exact number, but it's one of the lists that people study immediately, pretty much. Because it's just too important to learn. So... I don't remember to count. It's actually not that much. It's a very manageable number to learn all of them quickly. Oh, whoops. And yeah, I can count to 7 every now and then. There we go. That's a clear. I would have appreciated the rabbit holes today. It started from pepperoni being basically bell pepper in Brazilian Portuguese. Is this something you learned from Luca? Because I know Luca speaks Brazilian Portuguese, right? Oh right, which confused. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, Sauron is defeated. Now for the extended edition. Quite a lot more than one Potaboo to rule them all, but... Anyway, Electrodude, we've been keeping you waiting. Would you like to deal one in? I have your pile of codes handy if there's a specific one that you would like me to look at. And thank you so much for Dr. Cliche for all of those today. I do want to switch over to Electrodude for a bit because I've been promising him for weeks. But I'll just punch in one of the codes I have for you actually, and you can just show me through your list. And you assure me they're all pretty good. And Megad, it's Easter, you're allowed a couple of rabbit holes. More than usual. Cold Caves and Platforming Waves, this is from February 2018. And it looks like Cheap Cheeps are good, and stepping on munchers and spikes is bad. Which kind of tracks with my experience in real life, yes. Okay, and then we just need to sneak through some of this stuff before it gets lifted. And... okay, 5 coin collection, we can do that. So we just need to not get shoved everywhere. Now, only 1 coin so far. I wonder what else we've been missing. Well, here's coin 2, potentially. And sneak through. Yeah, that was very much into plan, my god, but we just fell so far behind. There are a lot of makers with, you know, 50 odd levels or more that we just... Well, this profile I think I had about 30 or 40, but... I'm not able to do everybody completely, unfortunately. And there are a lot of people I wish I could have. And maybe we'll be able to get through more this week. Oops.
Oh no!
Well, here's the thing, is that... we wouldn't necessarily know going into any given profile how good it's going to be, apart from... Oh, wait, this is the way we came in, isn't it? This is the way we came in. Hang on. This is my little habit here at checkpoint of always going left to right. And... okay, there we go. And yeah, amazing how I managed to, you know, fall behind estimates and ambitions despite starting to do so much make one way back in January. But kind of knew we would run into issues at some point, so we're trying to be as accommodating as I can manage. You saw the flag on my Maker 2 profile. Oh, did you get to play anything there, or did you just see my record on something? Whoops. I don't remember what I have or haven't sent you now that you mention it. Although I technically should have a spreadsheet for... Is this the way we came in? It's the way we came in. We do that again. We did that twice. Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, I didn't realize that because it feels like I've been watching you on and off for some time now. But probably not during viewer levels then. Because ever since I started streaming myself, I've had much less time to actually cue my level for other people, so... And in we go. Then wall jump here will do just fine. Yeah, it's a big country, first of all. We also missed a coin, so we'll have to do it again. We will have to do it again. But there definitely are certain... I mean, obviously there's quite a lot of cross-border migration as well. Lots of people with dual citizenship or a complicated background. But there are a couple of vowels that are sometimes a big tell for people being on the American side of the border. And in my case, I've moved around a lot, you know, between countries as well. And so it can be difficult to say. Oh, whoops. Let's watch out here. Whoops.
Oh no!
And yeah, what's even flat sounding? That is a good question. Anyway, the munchers don't go up all the way. I might want to search that first room a bit more. Oh yeah, maybe we should. I didn't realize there was a pink coin collection until the second room. That's probably why we missed something really obvious. As well as a question block over there. Oh.
Oh no!
Anyway, let's... Luca, rhotic means that you hear the R's, particularly at the end of words. So, for example, you say... Today I drove my car to the bar. That's non-rhotic. You say, I drove my car to the bar. That is rhotic.
Oh no!
And that's often a fairly easy regional distinction to make. And changes quite dramatically, you know, within countries, certainly within the US. You know, if you're familiar with the Boston accent, for instance. And yeah, I used to live in the UK for a couple of years actually, and so my accent has actually drifted back and forth over time. And you can sort of tell that, you know, when you're in the UK, there is sort of a very noticeable expat accent among people from North America who have all been there for a couple of years. And, you know, you actually learn how to hear that distinctly. But I don't quite sound like that anymore. Like, you know, things have kind of swung back and forth over the years. But if you ever meet someone from New Jersey, first of all, apparently there's this kind of like very sharp social distinction between North Jersey and South Jersey, but that one of the things that is regionally specific is the way that they pronounce the word water. Because it sounds something like wooder or something wooder. I knew somebody from New Jersey once who was kind of self-conscious about the fact that she just sort of blended in with the rest of America, and or at least much of America, in every which way except for the way she pronounced wooder. And bunch of woodchucks out there. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck? How much wood could a chardon chuck? Oops. Let's watch over these platforms here. I did get the coins I want, right? At checkpoint? Up to 3? I think so. Wasn't really paying attention. Oops. Let's watch this. I've been a little too audacious with that. Oh, whoops. Wow, how did I do that? That was a spectacular death. And look at that muncher just load under the platform. Because that's just the speed we've been going at. Okay, let's do this a bit more carefully this time. Is there anything here? Oh, we loaded the platform too early. Oops. Well, it's not coming back, so let's take the SD lock. Or we could have just gone backwards and reloaded it, but oh well. Anyway, up we go. And this is just a mushroom, so let's ride it out. Oh. Have to pay attention here. Oops. Well, you didn't know the concept of SD locks back then. Well, that's alright. That's just one of the things you pick up as you're old enough to get a license as a locksmith. Anyway, let's continue. Speaking of locksmiths, so for a while there was a bunch of viewers here who totally independently of each other It told me that I apparently sound like a big YouTuber called the Lockpicking Lawyer. I actually did look into that eventually. He's much more conspicuously American. Anyway, a little bonus room here. And you hear it now? Okay, maybe I shouldn't have given you that suggestion, but apparently people think we sound similar. I don't really think so, but... And yeah, you see Dr. Cliché can tell the difference. But we know that Dr. Cliché has an eye for precision. Or an ear for precision, perhaps. Who knows? Anyway. Anything else in the list? Let's see. You gave me a pile of suggestions in the Discord. And you were saying... I don't know if you have any particular favorites. We could do a bunch of these. Wow, this one really blew up. Doodle Lanky Panky. Blew up quite a bit, actually. Well, why don't we take a look at it? See what was so wildly popular. Or were we here? I totally lost track of where I was. Yeah, Doodle Lanky Panky, Bouncy Bubbles, Shelly Shenanigans was one that you suggested to me as well. I'm just going down your list in Discord. Let's just take a look at some of these. Reminds me of that bit in the film Some Like It Hot, where Tony Curtis is kind of pretending to be this oil executive on the beach and puts on his best impression of Cary Grant, and apparently Cary Grant watched the film and said, "I don't talk like that." Old Hollywood story. Anyway. Keep the shell. I guess we should take that advice. Right, so we reloaded back in here and there was actually... Yeah, that was actually the first... Oh, yes, okay. No, we've seen this concept before. Didn't you remake this concept in Maker 2? Or am I thinking... I'm absolutely sure I played this exact kind of room in Maker 2. And we failed to keep the shell. But... And then we just take to death. And... Yeah, my god, I'm from a fairly thorough cinema background. I have not been keeping up with it in recent years so much, but... But I know the 40s and 50s better than I know much more contemporary material. Because now we can actually have a conversation about something other than pepperoni. Imagine that. You have a prototype with a better version of this concept, but you didn't finish it. Okay, no, I know I played some room like this in Maker 2. And I couldn't remember if it was yours or somebody else's. But... Well then, if you didn't make this in Maker 2, I wonder who did. Because it's literally this room. I mean, it's a good concept. And then we tap this for checkpoint. Okay, let's get some tighter margins here as we let the wigglers drop off. Whoops. Pepperoni Pictures is a good name for a studio. Yeah, I guess it would be. Oops. I mean, the logo basically just makes itself. Oops. And yeah, just slightly tighter margins. We can do it. There we go. And let's get another one. Oh, okay, no, we need to... Wait a minute, no, it's maker 1, right? So if we're holding from stationary position, we can't spin, but if we... or rather, we still can't. Well, no, we can't jump out of that, obviously. Like, we need to just hold and defend. Hang on, let's see how this is going to work. You did make that link level, yeah. See, we know what's going on. We need the shells to crash into each other. We deal with these spiny shells that way. Yeah. Right, because wasn't that the one where you slap on either side with a sword or something? Unfortunately, we will need to take a death here. Speaking of 1950s, you did a report on Deceptive Seal. Fairly notable landmark of chess in cinema, of course, for people who keep track of that kind of thing. Whoops. Okay, let's grab everything for Miiverse. Actually, this was a 2018 level, right? Or oh no, the previous one was a 2018 level. This one's much older. But I was trying to remember when it was that Miiverse was disabled, because it was with a few years left to go, I think, in terms of uploads in Maker 1. Oh, that was the Miiverse cutoff dates, 8th of November 2017, yeah. I remember loading up Smash 4 and just having one last look at the Miiverse stage. That's in that game while comment still existed for it. Yeah, much too early. Still the best social network I've used. Quite seriously, the best social network I've used. And partly that's because the audience kind of self-selects into it, right? That you're not spamming people who don't want to see Nintendo content. Which means it's not going to raise market awareness or expand the audience or something, but it does mean that you're reaching people who actually want to see the content and who want to engage with the same material. And a great way to track achievements and high scores and such in a much more flexible way than standard achievement systems. Especially in some games that sort of had that rich data attached to it. And that would, you know, tag the specific level that you cleared or whatever. Let's take a look at bouncy bubbles. Don't jump, but climb. Yeah, I still prefer the old school message board format in many ways, but the last few message boards standing on the internet are not the most pleasant communities. But, what am I doing? Oh, yes, you need to... Okay, hang on. We totally misread this concept. Let's read this room properly first. What do we need to do? We need to have the bomb come down here and be ignited while it's still alive. So basically the bomb needs to stay alive long enough to blow all of this up and give you the path to checkpoint. So let's start over and do it. Oh wait, jump and don't climb. Why not? Hang on. Oh wait, don't jump but climb. Okay. Don't jump but climb. Yeah, because you don't want to displace everything, right? So, oh, I see. You block it off. Yeah, you basically play Pong with this. I understand it now. Because you don't want the POW to kill the bomb down below. And jumping into this would cause problems. So you're basically playing, well, Breakout practically, but sideways. Which works rather well. Or Arkanoid, yeah. I'm thinking Arkanoid. You'd think, oh, whoops, that's a problem. Now, I guess we should reset checkpoint this way. I guess that's what the Bowser Fire is for, partly. Also is something that you need to dodge. I'm glad the stack gives me enough height to work with here. Yeah, some things we dodge, some things we don't. Whoops, oh. Got a bit sandwiched there. Yeah, that's the thing, is that this totally should work in Maker 2, right? Ah, pitch shifter, you're never too young to know, Arkanoid. It's always something to fix. And let's go down. You have a much less janky version in the editor. You get some motivation to finish it. I think this is very, very functional in its current form here. But... oh, whoops. Only issue is, you know, taking the deaths. And of course you just let the fire through and you can do that. Played it on a tabletop cabinet years ago. Wow. It's very sad what has happened to the arcade experience, because arcades actually do still exist, especially as, you know, little activity pods and surviving cinema multiplexes and so on. But the thing is, you're not going to find, what, Street Fighter or co-op beat-em-ups or anything like that anymore. What you will find are basically just mobile games on a very large screen. If you're lucky, you see some legacy cabinets that are installations of old reliable classics, but... and yeah, COVID actually was a huge problem for that sector, for sure. Whoops. Oh, it got tucked under the POW. No wonder. Yeah, Mega actually in Canada, there's a place in Ottawa that I know some musicians have played there. It's called House of Targ, and that's where the big pinball scene is kind of located there. But I know a couple of people who have done like video game music gigs there, so that's why I've heard about the place. I haven't been, but you're in Calgary. Yeah. Great filming location. Legendary filming location, actually. I was actually just telling somebody earlier today that, you know, there's a certain little catalog of films that you can make, which is basically films that make you just go like, wow, Alberta is actually really pretty. And this is a neat little interaction here that gives you the top of the flag. Yeah, that's a very cute ending. Okay, let's see another one. Doodle Lanky Panky is the one that is mega popular for whatever reason. Oh, it's going to be Lanky Mario, I see. Well, we're always up for some well-designed Lanky Mario, so let's see. I didn't know Ghostbusters remake filmed there, actually. I do know that Interstellar filmed in the area, and that's Christopher Nolan afterwards, I think, just donated a lot of the wheat fields that were planted. Oh wow, you can have a big costume change over here, but, you know, the lanky mushroom is just going to tease you. Yeah, the Revenant was obviously a pretty big showcase for some of the locations here. Some older westerns too, like Unforgiven, in the area. The one that stands out to me, though, Megad, is Terrence Malick's Days of Heaven, which is all shot in natural light, and I think some of the sort of town scenes near the end were actually shot in Heritage Park. This was back in the 70s, so there's a bomb location there, and then we get Lanky. Okay, so now we can progress. Right, because as Lanky Mario, we need to dodge all the Pokemon, because the Pokemon are out to get you, as always. That's the concept of the level, if we're paying attention here and not just thinking about Terrence Malick. Okay, up we go. And then we hit this gate. And, oh, nope. Oh, hey, it's Kavik's avatar. That's why I always think of when I see that character. Anyway. And Mr. Belch here. I was about to say it's also Minibar's avatar. But it's just good old Mr. Belch. Anyway, we need to go back and keep Lanky. Up we go. And we duck. These are really fun concepts, actually. And this one is very Maker 1 specific, you know, for the Mystery Mushroom and for Lanky Mario, and specifically for the way that the Mystery Mushroom also kind of takes priority over power-ups. But in a way that is swappable, right? Oh, the Mystery Mushroom is a power-up swapper. That was accidental. Let's do it again. We might still need Lanky to get out of there anyway. Grumpy Jake coming in with 14. Hope you're doing well. I usually finish ahead of you, but we appreciate you bringing your cube. No, not your cube, your crew. Why was I thinking cube? But if you were bringing your GameCube, we would also appreciate you bringing your cube. Yeah, I know, this mod can't catch a break even when I'm playing his levels. Imagine that. Okay, no, we need to open the bomb gate and then hit checkpoint. Let's pay attention here. Yeah, Grumpy Jake, hope you've been having a good time over Maker 2. Okay, pick a door. We're gonna pick the pipe. Oh, safety, okay. So it's a multi-segment coin collection then. This is all within the same checkpoint segment though, right? So why is there a safety just in case of timeout, I guess? Oh, and we have to avoid everything, so... Otherwise we... Well, let's see if we can get a reset. But the spikes are there to give us death zones all over the place if not. And yeah, it's just death. It doesn't give you a reset. You just have to take it. And Kerberos, you only made one level in Maker 1 and it's not a recommended classic. Yeah. Well, I mean, the recommended classics and the viewer levels need not be the same thing. Is it Picador or a bullfighter on horseback? Hang on just a minute. It'll come to me. Whoop. It might not come to me. Almost embarrassingly. I bet it's something obvious that I do know. Oh, Picador. Yeah. I always think of the press, actually. Picador press. Which is a fourth name for what it actually means. Okay. I don't know what words mean, we just play them under 7 letters. Anyway, hi, I'm Daisy. And Daisy is going to do as Daisy does. Yeah, we just put the tiles on the board and we only care about how much each letter is worth. Yep. And that has come up in some interesting situations, let's just say. I'm trying to think about whether I should tell you the story associated with that because it might be long-winded, but... So, historically, the kind of competitive subculture in Scrabble was, of course, driven by people who, you know, don't care what the words mean, we just want to score the points, and by extension that means that people did not care if words were particularly offensive. which is not the family civilian experience. And therefore, as of the 3rd edition of the official Scrabble Players Dictionary in North America in 1994, there was a split where the commercial dictionary took out the naughty stuff. And the tournament players just had a separate book anyway, where we kept on playing, you know, offensive slurs all day long. But that consensus broke in 2020 for a whole number of complicated reasons that there are news stories about. And so, in most, but not all tournaments, a good chunk of things that you would, I guess, get auto-modded for saying on Twitch are also now no longer valid. But it led to an interesting situation back in the mid-2000s, in the 2004 at the National Championship, when, for the first time, the games were being broadcast on ESPN, because, you know, they were giving it a bit of a trial run after the success of the poker boom. And one of the finalists, Trey Wright, also known as Roger Wright, who was actually a laureate of the Esther Honen's International Piano Competition, which is hosted in, of all places, Calgary. So he was a concert pianist who was, at that time, a top level Scrabble player, although he's kind of semi-retired from the game since. And he just sort of was on this game that was, you know, being recorded for ESPN, and he just sort of forgot that for the broadcast they were under special instructions to not play the offensive words, because, you know, you don't want to be watching ESPN and see a word like, I don't know, redskin or something, right? But, oh, no, we're supposed to skip Birdo here. How do we skip Birdo here? Wait a minute. How do we skip Birdo here? Hang on, let's take a death. Race to shroom. Oh, yes, that's right, that's right. I totally blanked on this because we didn't even notice there was a shroom for race here. But anyway, he played the word les, L-E-Z. And... whoops. Oh yeah, no, the shroom is on the track, I see, okay. I did not even see it. Because we were too busy telling the story here. And so in the middle of the tournament, you know, they actually had like a... The organizing committee stopped the game and had to deliberate over what to do, because neither of the players noticed that, you know, one of the words on the board was one that they couldn't play on ESPN. And anyway, it was a very complicated and memorable moment. That was 2004, I think. I don't know if there's a good video about it on YouTube yet, but there probably will be eventually if there isn't one already. Here's the flagpole. There will probably be a video about this eventually. Because now there are a couple of, you know, top-level champion content creators who do talk about this kind of thing and go over big historical moments. This is inevitably one that they're going to hit eventually, so... But yeah, it was a big controversial thing back in 2020 when there was another push basically to get bad words out of the dictionary, and this time, you know, for once Hasbro and Mattel actually took notice and tried to protect their brand, and from the top down they sort of instituted a new box rule to disallow offensive slurs, and for sponsorship and licensing reasons, tournaments kind of had to follow suit. But most of them, there are some renegade factions within the scene that do not abide by this. So, but it's entirely too complicated to explain. Anyway, let's look around for one of the other ones you recommended. Jolly jumping, sure. Let's try that. No, what happened was, so basically there was a commercially published dictionary called the Official Scrabble Players Dictionary. This is the North American edition. And it still exists. It's now in its 7th edition. In the 3rd edition was when they reoriented it specifically for families and students and so on, and took out the offensive words that were previously there. So this one should be familiar. Let's see. How jolly is jumping? Oh, I see. Yeah. You were trying to port Geometry Dash even then. Whoops. Okay, bounce and bounce. You'll love the style level. Yeah, we saw a really interesting variation to... Oh, we were in the cloud, that's right. We saw an interesting variation of this in, I think it was Julian's set as well, a couple weeks ago. Because a couple of people wanted to do the auto-runner concept with the blaster push. So we've seen a couple of different spins on it, in fact, at this point. We saw recently a really good one in Maker 2, actually, because I think Shushiro made a Geometry Dash level underwater that kind of had this back and forth mechanic. Let's not jump out of the cloud, let's stop doing that. And yeah, welcome Sapphire, hope you're doing fine today. And let's grab this coin once again. Coin 1 out of 3. And here we go. And yeah, literally, you're saying your 7 MMC was this concept too, but better. I was trying to remember which one it was. Because no, I know you'd made a blaster push. I just had to remember which year it was. Because I remember that one was quite dynamic. Oops. Anyway, up we go. Just a nice little bit with a boot there, actually. It's not something we often see in this format. You obviously have to keep the boot to get over the blades. Anyway, up we go. Oh wait, you want... Yeah, no, you need to drop the boot early enough that the boot gets pushed by the blasters and then you reclaim the boot. Janky clown car setup doesn't work anymore because of the overlap, yeah. Oh, whoops. Okay. And we need to jump that. That's right. So, Mega, the thing about Scrabble is that the different language editions have different point distributions for the tiles to reflect, you know, peculiarities of different languages and alphabet. So, for example, if you play a French edition, you'll find that the most valuable tiles are the W and the K because they're very difficult to play in French. Okay, up we go, down. And Dr. Cliche, W is super common. They're always saying wait. I didn't see the top of the flagpole, and so I didn't enter the door at the end. You know what? We're going to enter the door at the end. We'll replay it. We like this well enough. Let's do it again, and let's actually enter the door. It serves me right for wandering around at the end when we already had the key. Okay. Anyway, up we go. Say you love being somewhere where you can bring up an ish subject and have someone have instant trivia about, well, hang on. Let's read the level. Let's not read the chat while I'm trying to dodge things here. I'll read your message in a moment. Thanks. Oh, except, yeah, you need to keep the mushroom for the coins. That's right. Oh, no, I missed it. Hang on, no, and doesn't let me reverse. Don't think about Terrence Malick, you say, just as Mario crosses the thin red line. It's not really red, but we need it to be for the joke to work. It's okay. Always assume that I'm fudging information just to— whoops, nah. Just to make the line happen. See, now we're going to take forever to actually get the key again, just so we can see the door. Oh. That was an accidental input. Which is going to be choking on us all day. At this point. Anyway, down we go. We built Choke City, yeah. After what EA did to SimCity, it's the only option left. Okay, here's a boot. we're not going to lose the boot, but... Oh, do we get the coin at the end now, or...? I seem to remember that the coin was still accessible here, right? Or did we need the mushroom? Let's find out. We do need the mushroom, so let's just take the crush then. Thankfully, we do get a replenishment and checkpoint. Nope, I'm trying to jump that and I keep missing it every time. Let's just lose this. You're trying so hard not to bring up random Scrabble trivia you're learning on Wikipedia. Yeah, I probably would recognize a good chunk of it. If you're interested in this kind of thing, incidentally, the book you want is... And yes, Luca, you're absolutely right. And let's not hit the flagpole this time. Oh, that's all there is to it. Oh, that's okay. We get to see the disguise. And we get to finish this as a block. And Queen Helga, welcome. Let's see, make sure I get a shout out down properly. Glad you could join us. Come on in. And Electro, you didn't do the thing. Oh yeah, I guess not. That's alright. I should really let you since I'm busy playing your levels and everything. So yeah, Mr. All Games All Day. The book that you want to look into if you're interested in this kind of thing from the source is a book called Word Freak by Stefan Fatsis. And it was actually published back in 2000, so, you know, obviously there have been a lot of changes since then, but if you want to get a window into the history of the competitive game, it's still very definitive up to the point that it was written. And was actually substantially responsible for a bit of the renaissance in the game in the 2000s that led to it being briefly on ESPN. So, Shell Shock was previously played in its newer version anyway. I think he was saying something about Swift Shelmet sprinting. We can find that. I'm just going through the Discord. Yeah, this one's quite nice, by the way, for anybody who hasn't played it. We recorded it previously, but it's one that uses a Maker 1 specific mechanic, which we actually saw again earlier today in one of Dr. Cliché's levels, in a specific puzzle room. The block is a nod to Geometry Dash, I see. So yeah. Swift Shelmet sprinting. This is a 0.64. We'll do it. And oh, I see. It's 60 seconds, and we have to kind of cycle around. And yes, look at the ducking thing with the Shelmet. Grumpy Jake. I'm going to type it in chat. Yeah, okay, no, Magad's got it. He beat me to it. Which I guess is revenge for me beating Electrodude too. All that other stuff. Whoops. We've seen this kind of back and forth structure in a lot of Electrodude's Maker 2 output as well. Yeah, it's kind of too bad we didn't make the time to really do the whole profile, because this has been solid work across the board so far. As we might expect. Oops. I think it's okay that I didn't hit that, right? That's just a target. Whoops. Oh yeah, no, we were just supposed to high bounce in. High bounce and then back. Yeah, side spring. Yeah, because one of the first things that Electrodude showed me in Maker 2 was a Yoshi level that was very similar structurally to this, in terms of having lots of winding back and forth under time constraints. It was a format we came to know. So yeah, Stefan Fatsis, the author of that book, is still very active in the Scrabble scene. He has a daughter now who's one of the top women players in North America. And he's also very involved in doing like schools development for, you know, junior tournaments. So he's still around. But of course he's mainly known for the book. Whoops, didn't hit that question block and we don't care, that's fine. Will we get this? Yes, we will. Oh, stalled over there, and that's unfortunate. We made it pretty far, too. We 1 coin from the end. And audio, okay, thank you. Let's fix it quickly. We'll fix it just precautionarily. Back in a moment. Hopefully fixed. Let's see. Oh, not fixed at all. OBS is lost signal. 1 second. Let's really fix it. Hang on. Hopefully I didn't just break everything. Should be okay. Hopefully we don't have synchronization issues or anything. We do need to weave our way through this continuously, so... Yeah, we're 1 coin short of the ending. And you need to know how good I am. Not as good as the other people who stream it. Let's just say that. I also haven't been playing tournaments very frequently in the last few years. They're still around, but I don't play as much as I used to. Oops. Is it a problem I lost a helmet? It might be. Yes, it is, because it's one. Okay, where were we? Picturing me hustling kids in the coffee shop over Scrabble. I don't think they'd be such obvious targets. The thing is, because there is the element of random chance as well, anybody can beat anybody. It just might be an extremely low percentage of the time. It's not quite like chess where, you know, over a certain rating gap, someone is just going to lose 100% of the time. It's not quite like that. You do have to account for variance. And you love the Scrabble talk and it makes you nostalgic of your grandpa, yeah? I mean, I don't know if you ever got to play very much with your grandpa, but I hope you have some games to remember him by. We are not at a record, but we were reasonably close. So. Yeah, we'll do one or two more of these. Deck Dino Dash. This looks like it might be similar, but with Yoshi this time. Again, very similar to what we've seen out of Electrodude's output. Look at that, the Beast having a record on this one. But yeah, this is in 2019. This is very close to the launch of Maker 2, so it's not surprising to me that the design language might be very continuous with what we saw later on in Electrodude's Maker 2 profile. Yeah, you want to play online, this is a better place to play online. But let's take a look. Thank Dino Dash. The Splatoon level with the whack-ass boss. I mean, you know, that's what Splatoon bosses can be like. Just whack you all over the place. Whoops, hang on. And yeah, Grumpy Jake is a totally free and ad-free site. It's meant to be an open platform. We're supposed to have fire here. Whoops. Suddenly a bunch of Mario Maker streamers are playing Scrabble. Yeah, that would be great, actually. If you folks want to recruit enough Mario Maker people to have a tournament sometime, I'll gladly commentate. And actually, it's exactly the kind of event that, you know, people in that scene want to see happen. The way that chess got such a big boost from PogChamps a couple years back. Yes, you do get this. I was thinking, do you pick up fire? No, you pick up the spring, for sure. This is very much like a Maker 2 era Electrocute level, as we were saying. Actually, Scrabble event production on Twitch has really taken off within the past year or two since the resumption of live tournaments after the pandemic. There are a few people who kind of specialize in the event production now. And in fact, if you follow the channel, here, let me do this. There is an officially licensed Scrabble tournament coverage channel now. We can recommend a couple of other streamers too, individually, but if you want to watch broadcasts of live tournaments on some weekends, it's usually the place that you'll find. This started up very recently. It's only really started having a presence on Twitch within the last few years, for sure. You know, after I started with Mario Maker, basically. Oops. And, we're not doing that reversal properly, I think. I think we have to spit and then run into it as it's coming down. Oh no, pick it up and then, oh, we're outpaced now at this point. Are we still alive? I think we're going to have time problems now. At this point. Oh. Yeah, not quite. Yeah, if you folks have a Mario Streamer Scrabble tournament, I will definitely do what I can to make something like that happen. I kind of feel like somebody like Grand Pooh Bear would actually be really into this. In fact, so Grand Pooh Bear follows my channel, and the reason he follows my channel is not because of Mario Maker. He followed my channel because, briefly, there was a free-to-play game that took Twitch by storm, which was a crossword battle royale called Babble Royale. And I think it never actually left alpha or beta or early access because I think the developers didn't actually get a chance to totally finish it to their satisfaction. Basically, you know, for a little while in that game, the top people on the leaderboard were all Scrabble people. And anyway, so Grand Pooh Bear was playing that game, and that's actually how he discovered my channel. I don't think he ever really watches actively here, but as far as I know, he actually still has to follow. But he was not here for Mario Maker. Oh, no, you're supposed to swallow that. Yeah, of course. And then miss. Yeah, the crossover between Mario Maker players and puzzle-type games is really obvious, but not talked about at all. Exactly. I think sometimes, you know, if you really kind of build your streaming community around Mario, it can be a little daunting to try to stretch out. In spite of the fact that there's a lot of common interest for sure, not just with platformers. Well, missed a jump, but we're getting closer. Did we do that accurately? Good enough. Oh. Missed. Oh, whoops. Accidentally pushed ourselves here. But yeah, I see a good number of people run word games or anagram solvers or whatever while they're on break on stream. I don't remember what it was. Words on stream, I think it was. Yeah, because I know a couple of people run words on stream as their break game. I know Tanuki Dan does, and Panga does, and probably some other people as well. So they definitely have some, you know, anagram practice that goes on. One of the Scrabble pros actually built an alternative to words on stream, which is a bit more advanced. It's called Infiniwords. And so you see that sometimes in the background of some streams from word game players who know about it, basically. Oh, I keep missing this, but that's okay. That mostly is just a problem with time. We'll see how tight the timer is. Oh, we're supposed to grab that. Okay. Finally getting some of this. And then did this continuously for once. Oh, whoops. We're getting a little bit further. 26-second mark. Yeah, we keep bonking our head over here. We'll lose it a little bit of time, but we'll see how critical that is. As we pass the halfway point right at the 30-second mark. Okay, this looks like new territory here. Oh, shouldn't have used a fire there. I think I needed it. Yeah, you needed it here. Or you need a shell here, do you? Yeah, because otherwise you don't bust this open for the key door. Because you need the power activation for the key door. Okay. So. Get a bit of a snag there, but I think time should actually be fine. Depending on how things look after the key door. And a little bit of spitting inaccuracy is not totally deadly in this. As we found. I really got hit by my own bone projectile there, it seemed. Okay. Time's up. Okay, no, time does matter then. The extra second there to get to the key door was an issue, but we executed everything just fine that time. But yeah, hitting some snags along the way is a problem though. So. But at this point at least we've seen the whole thing and we can get a sense of what to do here. Yeah, it's this exit here that was a problem. 32 seconds. Hopefully fine. I have to read things pretty... Oh, no. Accurately here, I accidentally did the spit once again. But we'll see how we're doing for time. Just to try out this segment. Even though we're a little off what we need. Yeah, we needed the POW activation from the fire. Because fire hits the bomb, bomb hits the POW. So. We got to the key door, which is interesting and important. Because it means that we'll make it. Don't need a double jump, just one big jump. Yeah, that might improve things. I wasn't quite sure about that, so... I didn't think I'd make it. Oh yeah, we've probably done that before, actually. I just didn't realize it. 32 seconds anyway out of that gate. That should be alright. Oh, whoops, I missed a button for some reason. And you fired up Infiniwords and you're definitely going to try it on the stream? Yeah, that'll be great. It's very flexible. And it's developed by somebody who really, really knows word games, so... We don't want to hit the ledge. That is sometimes going to be enough of a delay to matter, so we'll clean it up. And 32 seconds note. Yeah, so have fun playing with that. No, I keep spitting the fire the second time. I don't know why I keep doing that. I just kind of second guess myself with a fire for some reason, or expect that I'm picking up something else. .32 and outs. Oh, just missed it. Yeah, lots of fun tech all over the place here. And of course, you know, you kind of need the Maker 1 wall bounce to make that specific obstacle work here in that specific way. Yeah, because in Maker 2 you don't get that wall bounce, for sure. I mean, you just have to limit the wall. And adjust accordingly. That's exactly the kind of thing that people who are Kaizo people tell me they miss about Maker 1. Because I don't miss wall bounce when it comes to a lot of things like puzzle interactions. When you just want to place an object in the right place. 9 seconds. Okay, this should do it. 1 second. Are we on the gate? We are. This level also wouldn't work in Maker 2 because of the fire, which goes much faster in that game and despawns over time. That's one difference I did not notice, actually. That's interesting. And yeah, the one-way interactions all over Maker 1 are a huge thing to keep in mind when it comes to puzzles. We've done enough puzzles at this point that I think about looking for it. But if you don't see it often, as with many puzzle mechanics, if you don't see it often, it's hard to internalize. Let's see Fresh Start, which is on your Discord list. We'll stay for a bit more. Maker 1's only going to be around for so long. So this was right before the launch of Maker 2. World record by Ruben. Is that Ruben's Cube? The puzzle maker, or is that a different Ruben? Because looks like it might be Ruben's Cube. Anyway, let's see. Fresh Start. Other Ruben? Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember which country Ruben's Cube was from. Oh, that you now met in real life, okay. I assume all the Dutch makers know each other. Anyway, this is going to be a multi-segment level with lots of familiar Electrodude tropes, apparently. But this time it's back and forth. And then we're going to pick up a coin for it. You missed the old one-way mechanics? Yeah, well, I mean, if you had a lot of puzzles dependent on them, tub and shove. That's understandable. Which door do we take? I don't even know at this point. Let's do pipes. We can always reverse. Oh, this is like an All-Stars level of Electrodude levels, which is actually the same thing that MK8 did. MK8, who made Mission Impossible, also finished his Maker 1 career with a greatest hits level like this one. We have to take it out. And yeah, I mean, you know, I think if you're uploading this in June 2019, you are definitely think about it as a farewell to this game, and so understandable that you build something like that. So, hey, you know what? If we eradicate some of these, we can kind of cheese it. Except we missed it again, so it's too bad. But basically, if we skip Lanky Mushroom, and then we can just consume some mushrooms, and we can do something somewhat cheesy. But okay, let's pop those. Oh, whoops. At the Jampu. Oh, the Jampu, yeah, that's right. The lovely sound effect. From, what is it, Squid Girl? Or, you know what, we just jump right over this. And then Now we need to dodge. Oops. No. She's so happy to fall into the abyss. Yeah, she was one of the Japanese tie-in characters from the media collaborations that were in the little Toad Circle tab for the bonus costumes. I did play all of those back when they launched. I didn't stream them. I did recently stream the Nintendo character levels though, like the levels by Yamamura and Mario and so on. A couple weekends ago, I think. Which was an interesting experience in its own right. Okay, after getting through that Mordor level earlier, surely we know how to do this part. Here we go. Well, yeah, the thing about the Mario and Yamamura set specifically is that they were actually a companion to a webcomic that was originally Japan exclusive, although I think it was kind of briefly available on the English website as well. And the webcomic was specifically about like how to improve your levels and not make garbage, and so there were a couple of levels in the set that were deliberately meant to be what Nintendo imagines little Timmy to look like. Oh, whoops. And thank you for the follow, Avatar Protocol. Okay, let's bounce this. Yeah, and this is something we're familiar with, somewhat. Oh, next up we missed a P-switch. Too late. Okay, so this is slightly time sensitive. We can't just take forever with every jump. And not quite. Oh. Didn't think about what would happen after I hit the P-switch. But we did race it there on time, which is an improvement. Hang on. Yeah, no, we're supposed to jump towards the question block because then we land accurately on top of the fast bullet, or the fast cannonball rather, as it's coming. Definitely had another I hit the P-switch, now what moment. Oh, missed it. But it's clear that that's what the arc is supposed to be. Towards the question block, landed the cannonball. And that should work out. So let's just do it. Oh, no. Something about stepping on a P-switch just throws me off a bit. We'll try to get it though. Nope, missed it. I think I'm always so concerned about actually making it to that P-switch on time that we are slow to react after succeeding. Once again, it's just too late to react to that. We've got a couple of things going on there at once as potential distractions. P-switch activation, the cannonball. Everything. There we go. Oh, it's a bounce back, and then what happens after the bounce back? I didn't really see. But we'll figure it out. Nope. Always late. We'll fix it up in just a moment. No. I don't know why my reaction time is so poor there. Probably just waiting too long to confirm that the E-switch was reached. Oh, whoops. No. Let's not start over though. Terrible I have it this deep in. Seeing all the references to levels I played just a couple hours ago is really neat. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, we had a similar experience with MK8s. To some extent with the Saku Museum level as well. In both versions. Because I'm sure you must have seen the 1YM version of that, and that's pretty much a whole series of references to other people's levels, some of which we know, most of which we know at this point. Oh, no, missed it. Wonder what the fourth one will be, but first we have to get there. There we go, finally. Is it just a lot of back and forth? It is a lot of back and forth. 3 times. Yeah, I think it's just called 1 Year of Mario Maker by Saku, who also made the amazing crawl space puzzle in Maker 2. If you've ever seen the crawl space mole puzzle. But yeah, we played through all of Saku fairly early on in this set. Oops, no. Yeah, there's actually a pastebin document with a list of the references. The first time I played it, I had some help in that I had a couple of Maker 1 veterans in chat who recognized things. You recommended Crawlspace, Luca, yeah. Yeah, it's the big mole puzzle, which is all about like the mole activation bosses. So. Okay, back and forth. Very nice setup, we just missed it. And of course we still need the Bezzy helmet intact at this point too. Reverse back down and get to the one-way panel at the exit. After some POW activations. Yeah, so that was by the same maker as the museum level. So now you know. Had the pleasure of discovering mole hitbox fun when making a new level, yeah. I gotta do some kind of streamer special in Maker 2 at some point where I just play levels by streamers to varying degrees. just to finally get a chance to browse people's accounts when they don't have so much time to be coming around and submitting in queue. Yeah, a little while ago I was doing profile-specific streams in Mega 2 as well. We keep taking damage here, and we actually do need the helmet. I'm hoping to get back into doing a lot more of that when I can. We've got a lot of Super World business to attend to first, of course, which is similar in principle. Oh, missing it. Yeah, so you do have to land back and forth here. But with enough momentum to bounce off the spring for the subsequent landing. Oops, no. Anyway, let's try it again. Try to indicate the timings with coins. Well, you know how good I am at reading indications. No, I do see that, but whether we can hit that is a very different question. Oh, no, missed it. Yeah, we definitely need something else to activate the final bomb there, hence why we have to continue along that path. Nope. Well, this is the hardest room by some distance. Nope. Yeah, we're kind of at the mercy of the shell timing there, but we'll try to be a little more accurate to what the level is asking us to do. Nope. Let's keep going. Oh, no. Bad jump there. Try an earlier jump into back and forth. Probably. It does seem like we're being outpaced by the shell just a little bit. Nope. We do kind of need a controlled landing on the third one, I think, because by that point there's just potentially enough of a discrepancy in the timing. Let's get slapped around a bit more. Yeah, I find that in general, in Maker 1, a lot of my jumps have been feeling late. I've been slipping off edges everywhere. Oops, like I've been saying. Well, we'll try to keep the moment in mind when we do need to jump slightly earlier. Oh, would you look at that? Nice little shell check at the end there too, with the boo just being lowered into position. Let's see this room. Play Pong. Hey, look, it's this one making a comeback. And with a very succinct instruction for how to do it. I'm very impressed with how much you managed to stuff into this, while making it feel like we do get a full-scale appreciation of the original concept. Oh, whoops. Yeah, unfortunately that collision, if it goes below the POW, is an issue. Oh, no, wrong door. Wrong door. Is audio gone again? I see it as operative right now, but do let me know if there's a problem. Cut up pretty badly for a minute. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it, in case it does keep glitching out. Whoa. Nope, wrong door. That's a reading the chat door, as we call it. But yeah, if the audio just fixed itself for now, then we'll just leave it in place. Yeah, I am just on OBS. Oh. And, you know, not one of the enhanced packages like the one of this branded as Streamlabs OBS or whatever. No, we're in a pretty bare bones setup here actually, as I stream off of a fairly old computer. Yeah, it's, as far as I could determine, well, there are a couple of different factors sometimes, but one of the factors is actually CPU throttling from heat. It's not as bad as it used to be, because I found a couple of ways to mitigate it, but I determined a little while ago that was actually one issue, and unfortunately there's only so much I can do without just, you know, getting new hardware, which I've been putting off for years now. Oh, you know what? We'll just trap this one. Oh, up to a point. Look at that one. It's just trapped between POWs. It was completely locked between two POWs. That was interesting. We probably should have just, you know, continued going with that. And yeah. You see, I wasn't sure what to do if I just continued to move that out of position, and we really should have just decided to run with it. And I feel like I looked into that encoding solution, but thanks for mentioning. I should take another look at that. But yeah, for the time being, I've just, you know, dropped my performance a bit, and we were starting to get some sync issues with streaming at 60 FPS because of some processing lag. So I dialed things down to 30 a little while ago, which occasionally does obscure some of the visual effects here at Maker when it comes to screen shake and objects vibrating all over the place, but we can still see the levels, so we make do. Yeah, we don't want to go too low. As long as we, oh, no, that's a problem. Couple of pows in the right. I wonder if we actually get multiple lives for that. If not. And yeah, thanks for putting that in the Discord. Oh, could have gone. Yeah. I didn't realize that the gate had already opened. Had it? I wasn't even paying attention to that. Well, let's see. Right, because now the Potobu comes down. We should pay attention to that. There we go. I totally wasn't paying any attention to the wind condition there. Okay, saved a coin, and now we die to timeout. Lanky Mario. Will not miss the flag. Yeah, Electrodude, since we're here and you're here, of course we're going to look at that Splatoon one that you mentioned. Probably won't stay too long after that, though. Today turned into a bit of a combination Dr. Cliché and Mr. Electrodude showcase, which is perfectly fine. It's been consistently interesting content. Splatoon 2 Mario expansion. Quick update, Pretendo. Developers have announced they do have every single level backed up and ready to go. Good to know. I mean, that's kind of taken the pressure off some of what we've been doing here when it comes to the sense of urgency. But for people who don't want to get set up with that, we'll probably still put together some kind of recommended download list or something, which will necessarily be very incomplete. And Luca, it'll be a snapshot of the servers in some state after the upload cutoff. But yeah, I'm definitely not feeling as much of a rush to, you know, get through all 100 Sean Hip puzzles or other lengthy projects like getting through one barb level. Anyway, a similar kind of multi-gate that we saw previously. I guess you can't have the Inkling costume and the Fire Flower. It's so odd to think about it as Splatoon 2 team level in Mako 1 because, I mean, you know, Splatoon Amiibo was right there, but at the same time, Splatoon 2 is sort of onto the next system already, right? So this one is a grind rail stage. Okay, that makes sense. Oddly enough, I didn't have too much trouble with the grind rail segment in After Alterna. Even though that's one mechanic that I ran into a snag with in the main campaign. In 3, that is. You know, with that one crossbow railroad. try stringer, rather. Oh, no, too bad. I assume we'll need the flower for some kind of gate at some point. That's right. Let's shoot everything. I guess the coins tell you when to shoot as well. Or offer you friendly suggestions. Yeah, for the deflection there, that's kind of important. Every level ever comes to 500 gigs compressed. Interesting. Yeah, I should keep up with their updates about what's going on in the backup side. Okay, that works. Oh, Muncher was about to dunk on my head, and luckily didn't. Oh, this is like riding on top of those, or actually, maybe even, you know, like the Octo Expansion finale sequence. Or just a big rail ride on a track. Anyway, Marie's getting out of here. Oh, tower control. That makes sense. Yeah, it is tower control. That makes so much more sense. If you fall off, it goes back. Interesting. Maybe we should see it again. Let's do the level first. Yeah, we'll go back to see it at some point. Yeah. Anyway, what's Callie doing here? Let's take a moment to read this. Oh, whoops. Is that a detection mechanism, or...? Hang on. Oh, just a survival segment, I guess. So, the fact that we lost Callie didn't matter too much. Yeah, let's watch this. I was told the tower would stop. Oh, okay. Oops. Right, because the Goomba would come here. Oh, is it because of the camera? That's interesting. That you don't get collision on the camera, and then so the tower can continue. Very, very clever. Very interesting. Anyway, we should at least try to finish the segment or just take the death. The camera stays scrolled up. Let's just don't shoot yet. Yeah, very neat implementation of this. Anyway, the tower has been controlled. We'll see the last one. You were quite proud of that when you made this level, rightly so. Okay, skewers. Wait, what? I guess we can kind of stand here. Wait. I'm trying to see which boss this is supposed to represent. Because it's not the toaster. It is the toaster. It is the toaster. Yeah. No. I just realized that as I said, it's not the toaster. And then I see these, you know, skewers come out and give you layers to jump on. And totally is the toaster. Anyway. Wow. We need to dodge that. And then... Oh, we need to pelt the bomb, I see. Okay. Of course, because we ascend through here, and then we have to hit this with Fire Flower. Except we need a Fire Flower to do it, which means we need to go up to the one on top left. Which we can do. With some patience. Oh, didn't mean to walk here. That was a mistake. Okay, we'll dodge that. Oh, missed it. It's okay, we'll just go for the next flower. The offset up top. And this will come up here, and then flower, please. Oh, too late. The problem lies in the fact that translating a 3D boss into 2D is hard. Yeah, it's like almost translating a loaf of bread into toast. Okay. Oh, it blocks you off here, and that's okay. We got this. Is that within range? Oh, partly. And then we'll head back up, perhaps. Yeah, you kind of need to pelt it by enough. Get it within range of the flower. That piranha, rather. Before you know it, you'll be toast. Interestingly enough, it does feel very much like the bits in Splatoon where you're firing at something repeatedly to break it open, like the Zapfish shields or the portal shields inside Order. You know, where you just pelt something repeatedly until the interaction happens. Okay, I need to go back this way. And then, oh, yeah, we need to stop landing on that. As Luca has had enough conversation about bread on stream today. So it would fall in this way, safely. Oh, not so safely. Anyway, we'll wait for the next opportunity to go up. Oh. My mistake. I will glance over at chat after this. Because dodging things at the same time may be hazardous to somebody's health. Whoops. And there we go. Again. Don't forget I can also kill the plant. Oh, I can kill the plants. I totally forgot I could kill the plant. Because, you know, this new one just comes down. In a different location, but taking so much damage on the skewer timing and Botaboos. Fire flower. How does it work? Well, first of all, we need to survive long enough to use it for at least one of its intended purposes. The skewers are quite staggered now. That is a problem. Well, maybe it'll just get resynced over time. I don't know. But it does cause an issue when it comes to whether we can get the timing to work out. Because it's really difficult to find a safe pocket now. Yeah. I'll try to be a little quicker. Oh no. So the bombs are tentacles, right? The little protrusions that you hit when you fight the bombs. The bosses, rather. So we'll zap it a bit until the door closes, and then try to get back there for another round. Nope. Not great. Let's wait. Oh, flower, please. There we go. Okay. Use it as skewers, I hope. And then... Oh, and then we get pushed out again. That's always a consequence of staying too long. Okay, that was slightly fancier than usual. Oh, it's on the cloud already, so it's going to be within range of everything we need. Let's get out. And finally we can just do it. Yeah, we'll even get a little musical ending. Pretendo says all courses that could be backed up are less than 20% of all uploaded courses are still around. Yeah, because of all the ones that were nuked for being zero interaction. And that was already the case, you know, much earlier in the lifespan of Maker 1. But if it was accessible between November and December last year, it was backed up. That's still great. I mean, it's equivalent to everything we're able to play now. Apart from some makers who clearly deleted most of their profiles. And like, I think Yarrow definitely severely reduced the relevant profile, and one of the other YMM makers as well, I think. I know, who was it? I think Evgard deleted like crazy as well. The one time you made music. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that whole set, Electro Dude. I think we got through all of the recommendations that you put into the Discord. I'm quite willing to play more of yours on a different day, of course. We'll probably be done with this set for today, but if you're still hanging out in some other streams this week, if we're doing another session of this where it's a little bit of an open jam, we'll be happy to play some more, since, you know, I had hoped that I would get to do this profile completely, but we're just so crammed right now. And yeah, Luca, I mean, that's very much a social effect, I think, of everybody getting funneled into the Twitch viewer level context, where a lot of people have time limits and the norms have just completely changed. And of course the incentives for people farming likes as well, where they realized that in Maker 2 shorter levels brought in the numbers at a higher ratio. I think there was all kind of social pressure to not build big, which I find very lamentable because I like large scale levels. Very large scale. So anyway, I'm gonna see if I can maybe fit in one or two more just from the list that I brought in with me today. It'll be yeah, we'll do maybe one more. I'll punch in one of the other codes that we had. One or two more. Yeah, because Gilmore actually sent me a huge pile to look at a little while ago. We've played a good chunk of it before, but I'm trying to fill in some gaps. Yeah, so this is called Legend of Bowser's Axe. This was by Stark, who we also featured earlier today with Bon Voyage, which was the Dry Bones displacement level. This one also came highly recommended. It has about 8,000 plays on it, so many people seem to have caught on to it back in July 2016. Let's see what it is. Anyway, Bowser is going to release this, and then that's going to get the ride going. And then you need to unstack slightly. Then, oh, coin collection. I need to jump off the POW to get that now, I think. And we'll take this up as well. That's going to be a swamp displacement, which will then allow the POW to proceed further. Oh, no. Didn't realize that this was under, but that's okay. We've still got mystery mushrooms. So. Might have missed some coin collection here, though. Oh, I see. Flight mode. Okay, I see. Misread the arrows. Oh, we need to hit things accurately, of course. Yeah, it already looks like a packed level, and we're still in the first segment. And then, oh, we'll just come up here. Like this. And down we go. And we'll wait. Good time pressure from the saw blade because that's dependent on when we scroll in there on the camera. Oh, came in a little bit low, but that's clearly the way we should be doing it. Yeah, at some point this week I want to go through the big Japanese recommendation list I found as well, because we have been missing out on a lot of the big levels from Japan. Very significant part of Maker history that is easy to overlook if you're across the language barrier. where are we going here? Over here. And then we keep flying, I guess. And we had to go back down. Very interesting, this wraparound here. That was beautifully timed. And we have another coin down here. We need to figure out how we're going to get that. How do we get that? I feel like we need to dunk something in. I am not really sure, actually. What this? What's this? Oh, Koopa Shell, yes, don't do that. There we go. Now, there's nothing that's docked under the exit pipe right now that we can use, but oh, then we'll float it over here and in we go. Very interesting. Yeah, absolutely jam-packed level. For sure. And look at how many little phase transitions are all over the place there. And yeah, Electro Dude, enjoy your lunch. And thanks again for submitting all of those. Let's not do that. And of course, a lot of this level is dependent entirely on Maker 1 collision mechanics as well. Well, yeah, that's the thing, you know, you can spend all your time playing Maker 1 while it was active, or Maker 2 when it's active now, and never see the good stuff. Which is why we're doing this exercise of catching up with whatever we can. Okay, run around and grab that. That's safe. And this is also safe. 5 coins. Do need to read this a little carefully. Look at how much finesse there is to how everything unstacks. But yeah, basically this kind of POW carrying mechanic does not feature at all in Maker 2, and so... Nope, nope, that's okay. We can still proceed. Let's be careful. We get 5 coins up this one. Ooh, that was a little tight. Oops. Yeah, this one's beautifully put together. Makes me think I should have made time for Stark's profile. End to end. Instead of just discovering some of this now. Yeah, look at this little crossing over here. That, whoops. That's surprisingly playable considering how blind the thwomps look at first. Oh, too late. And then coins 6 down below, so it's kind of 3 coins per section, I guess. This is not Gilmore, this is a recommendation that came from Gilmore. This is by Stark. Stark also contributed some levels to 1 and 2 YMM. He did the Anti-Seismic Castle and another one whose name escapes me. sneak under over here, but yeah, this is incredibly elaborate. And we'll drop this. I do have Gilmore's codes in Maker 2 as well. Gilmore's another person I really wish I could have attempted to feature completely, but we'll have to. Oh, there's going to be 7 coins coming out of this section. Yeah, we'll have to be selective and ask him for some favorites. Well, that's the thing. I'm familiar enough with the way that Luca and Meng design by now that I know that they like to make everything doable swiftly on the first cycle. I usually don't have to finesse to find everything in that respect, but the other thing is that when people are playing into Super World format, they are often not repeating levels because you have to leave the Super World to do it, which I think is a big oversight on Nintendo's part in some ways. Well, not necessarily an oversight, but at least a design decision that I don't really agree with. Like maybe they just wanted to keep the live system meaningful or something and really just have one attempt per level per run, one clear per level per run. But you did a solid playthrough in the world format. Brazil snacks and all, yeah, but did you bring pepperoni? Anyway, let's come down here. Tight fit underneath that one. Then, oh, I keep getting clipped by that. That's okay. Because we'll just immediately get this heavy-seeming Bowser costume back. Okay, we stand on the right, so we drop the thwomp quickly. Yeah, we actually went to the thwomp a bit too fast that time. Didn't leave myself enough space for the spike top. What strikes me is how visually appealing this is from the perspective of just color, you know, from the use of mushroom platforms and just the color palette of the different elements as well, you know. From the contrast between the spike tops to the POWs and doors and everything else. There's just something very visually arresting about this. There's definitely a lot of the highlights from the mushroom platforms that complete that effect, I think, but so we take this a little longer. And then a little longer this way. 7 coins. Checkpoint. So is it 1 and a safety? We'll find out. Hope we didn't miss one. Yeah, there's one down here. Or you just go down to the to grab it. And then we need to unblock it, which we can do. Bad idea. Should have waited. The fact that this level doesn't look like acid vomit is impressive. Well, I mean, that's Maker 1 for you, right? You just get so much more flexibility. Oh, no, we need to reset this so I can jump on a POW. Yeah, and that actually just lets it fly away up top. That's all it's doing. Yeah, so you need to drop the POW accurately to create your own ride. I wonder if there was any incentive for doing this on the first cycle so the previous ride that goes up the diagonal remains alive. Yeah, just tons of interactivity over the whole thing. Oops. You mentioned color when you comment on aesthetics and semi-solids. Yeah. Yeah, the green is a beautiful contrast here. Oh, I was a bit late on that. Yeah, we'll wait for another cycle here. Yeah, this is a very, very impressive level. And look at this, that it uses the little lava dip there to kill off the spike top. Oops. And send it flying. Just with that tiny little dip, yeah. As it's heading down. Just meticulously laid out. And yeah, you have to hit the Goomba there before it goes into the gap. In order to safely obtain that while keeping the Bowser costume. Oh, bad jump. Okay, so we'll hit this. We'll go down to here quickly. And, oh, we lost a POW on that side. That's okay. We'll hopefully still be safe. Okay, and then that's the safety coin in theory. We need to hit a POW for it, though. Where can I get a POW? Oh, here's a POW. Oh, I see. So... okay, no, that's the one that you ride and it loads all the way up here. Now, let's not accidentally land on the X because it is right down below. Let's see the bonus room. And we get to finish as Ganondorf. Yeah, because here it shows you this room right from the beginning that there's this little amiibo costume through the key door. You can see it on the first screen. Yeah, absolutely fantastic level. I might try to cram in one or two more that are on the easier side. I think this is another one from the list that Gilmore sent me on Discord. Yeah, so we're picking a bit from his list. I'm also meaning to draft some from the Japanese list that I was talking about earlier. And there are a few other makers that I might want to play somewhat thoroughly, if not exactly top to bottom. You know, some smaller profiles, some other favorites I remember from way back. And we'll have the week to do this. And I'll try to stream as much as I can. But the Power Rangers reference at the top. Okay, I totally didn't catch that. I don't know my Power Rangers very well, so... Anyway, here's Saint Beast, my chicken. And you got these 4 Very significant looking beast. Let's see what this says. Yeah, if you know that I know 40s and 50s cinema, I suppose it is way past my time. Anyway. We're gonna be Marth for this one, though. Which makes sense, we're slapping some dragons. Oh, I see. So you get a dragon here, but we can't reach this yet. Oh! Okay, that's what happens. So we're supposed to get on it and then get onto the question block, probably. Can we? The tricky position. Because of the way that it wraps around. Oh. There's a P-switch underneath it, too. I bet it's a fire flower or something. And then if we have a fire flower, then we can zap the plant and then hit the P-switch. We can just hit the P-switch by taking a damage boost too, actually. If we just stomp on it. But then we won't see what's there. I kinda wanna see what's there. Oh. The ice really carries you forward quite a bit though, so I kinda have my doubts. Yeah, you kinda have to follow it over the corner as you go. And ride it down like this. Then it's a star, okay. There we go. The amazing thing is, if you think about this level, it's got a really high clear rate. It's sort of in a 20 to 30% zone. The fact that you have something this interesting that's still, you know, made very accessible with the respawning power-ups, but where you still have to play well enough to do the task. That's nothing to sneer at. Whoops. It's of course easier to just stomp it on the head and hit the P-switch. But I guess if you have a star, you can carry it forward to the next zone as well, potentially. Anyway, he's going to circle around the clouds up top, and then here we go. Okay, now we're doing it the right way, and then, oh, we actually get to head up here for 1-up. Love how it accounts for the possibility that you'll come up here and try to break stuff. However, that doesn't get me through here, because we knocked a P-switch way out of the way, so I guess we have to respawn the room. You were going to ask me to go up there. Yeah, you knew I would. Do we still get anything off the track? But yes, of course we do. No more star, but that's okay. We'll use it to come through here instead. Yeah. Stomp the dragon on the head. And then there's a P-switch gate, of course. Well, let's see what other creatures await. Oh. A Firebird, probably. Looks like it anyway. For those of you who know you're Igor Stravinsky. Oops. Missed a P-switch though. Oh, we missed a P-switch opportunity. Okay. Let's reset it. And I have no costume right now, so... Where was the P-switch? Was that just on the Goomba stack, or...? It totally was on the Goomba stack. Nice overlap. Now, one of the really... oh, it's Doraemon. We know Doraemon. I don't know if I know the other characters as characters, but this is absolutely Doraemon. So. I actually did have some exposure to Doraemon. When I was a child, you know, he would have his little time machine in the desk drawer and everything. And, oh, it looks like we might have a Koopa coming next. Possibly. Or was it a two-headed Koopa or something? Yeah, it's Doraemon. He's an absolute icon of Japanese animation. And I don't know my Japanese animation that well, but like among children's animation, it's... in some regions a very widely exported character. Like maybe people past a certain age don't really know him in the West anymore. There recently was a Harvest Moon, not Harvest Moon, but the Story of Seasons game, the series formerly known as Harvest Moon, before IP complications. There was recently a Story of Seasons game that I believe was actually a Doraemon licensed game. So from a Nintendo context, that's probably the most approximate reference you'll find. But oh, what's the P-switch on this? Do we just... oh, he's got a question block in him. Okay, we'll hit that. It's right there in the track. Except the overlap as he's coming down is a bit tough. Kill him, and then is there... do we get to ride this out, though? I think we missed a P-switch opportunity. Let's do it again. Yeah, it's actually right on top of the Koopa. And we just totally failed to register that we had in fact hit the P-switch. I said hit the P-switch. And which costume is this? There's a door on the other side. It's just still Marth, but I wonder if that's just a cosmetic exit door. I think it is. I don't think we can proceed further. That's okay. Mice is making a level using a mechanic like that to overlay thwomps and make them two-way thwomps. Oh, interesting. So you set them up to just have them collide and overlap with each other and disguise which way they're going. Yeah, it would make sense that it's done with a track overlap. I have to catch up on a lot of mice levels. I'm way behind. We'll probably just do one more short one today. This next one is very, very well known, I think. I may even have played it way back in 2015 or so. Or I at least know it by reputation. It's hard to tell because past a certain threshold. Yeah, as you can see, this is one of the most popular levels of all time. This is 300,000 plays. And this was in 2016, actually. Maybe I didn't play this. Maybe I just saw footage of it or something. But I know what level this is, and unless I'm confusing it with somebody else who did the same concept, because I feel like Theoremon also made one that was kind of like this. I might be thinking of this level. It's hard to tell because a lot of my old clear flags and stars actually have been wiped with time, or maybe I've played so many levels they were pushed out, but this is Game Boy Mario, and to the extent that there is a famous Game Boy level, this is the one, I believe. And yeah, I played Inertia, the one that Mike's dedicated to you. That was his newest. Yeah, I remember that. I think I remember which one that is, in fact. Anyway, let's pop some pixels here. And so yeah, track setup takes a little while, but then once this closes up, you are inside a Game Boy. And we're going to scroll this way, out of necessity, because of the way the tracks load in, but we're going to have our own little Super Mario Land. No Super Ball in this game, though. Although the Super Ball would be, of course, an amazing fit. And then once we hit a P-switch, we can bust out of the Game Boy. And not get hit by too many bullet bills along the way. Now we have a forward scroll. Say Maker's a switch level from Maker 2? I'm not sure. I wouldn't expect it to be, actually. I feel like Theoremon did make something like this, though, and I don't remember if it was 1 or 2. I do want to show off some of Theoremon's levels before the end of the week. Because there are a couple of amiibo costume levels that are big thing for him. Oh, whoops. We're supposed to continue to fly here. Ideally in the airship costume. And oh, look at that. Not exactly Nintendo, but I couldn't quite read that, but anyway, everything's gonna load in. And there we go. Oh, things are gonna start falling apart. I think this is not quite Tetris, but it is definitely conveying something that I'm not totally recognizing from a Game Boy's perspective. Actually, given the kind of perspective here, this is kind of like Super Mario Land 2. It's vaguely like how I remember certain things in 6 Golden Coins, so I may be wrong. Possibly I don't catch the reference, but... Oops. Oh, let's come up here. Audio is dying. Oh, that's too bad. Hang on. We have to close this off properly. Give me one moment. It's a backlit Game Boy, yeah. Let me fix it. Okay, should be better. Let's keep going. Yeah, thanks for letting me know immediately. And here's the flag. I love how everything in this screen is also miniaturized. It's a lovely touch. But of course we did need to fix the audio for that little chime. I just fixed the audio. Maybe we can do one more. This one I was actually kind of holding in case the maker wanted to show up live, because it was somebody who actually found my stream a week or two ago and actually did have a fairly notable profile in Maker 1. This will almost certainly be the last one today, though. As much as I would love to just keep playing Maker 1 all day. So yeah, this is by Lulu. Lulu also goes by Eekmoon and had shown up here in some recent streams. I'll have to send him the VOD afterwards, I think. But this came highly recommended. This was Necromancian Resurrect Koopas. Yeah, I, near the end of the stream, have to wind down and not get myself into massive grinds of, 0.2% levels or something like that, but it's easy to just tag on a couple ones that I knew in advance had higher clear rates, just so we can end with a bit of aesthetic flavor. So let's see what this is. Resurrect Koopas. Okay, well, see this dry bones over here. I bet we just kill it and pop a Koopa, right? Exactly. And now it's back to life. It gives us a mushroom. Pop it back to life, and oh, this one flies. And the POW is going to kill the big one. But then the coin drop is going to turn it into a big living Koopa. Very neat variation on that. And then, oh, we don't want to step on that. Well, here's the death room. Yeah, let's not miss. Yeah, I feel like I talk about this a lot, but I feel like one thing that the changes in Mario Maker 2 really did great harm to was the retention of the side of the community that wants to build highly aesthetic and highly themed levels. Because so many of the tools and so many of the engine behaviors that lend themselves well to that just disappeared overnight. And so, Maker 2 has just a much more Spartan and functional feel because of that. Okay, this goes down. Open this gate. And, oh, that just gives me this door. Oh, that's okay. Pretty soft landing here. We'll miss the mushroom so we can keep it. But... And then we'll hit the POW to launch this one too. Now, how does this POW trigger? Oh yeah, no, it's just going to spawn a big one. Like that. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the new functionality in Maker 2, and I think both the Link power-up and especially the SMB2 power-up added a ton of life to the game. As I always say, Maker 2 has this problem where a lot of levels play differently but look the same. And unfortunately, you lose a lot of people from Mario Maker when you just have this laser focus on that. Whereas in Maker 1, if people just wanted to make easy traditional levels or whatever, they can still make easy traditional levels that look completely different from everybody else's and are memorable for totally different ways, right? For totally different reasons. And okay, so you get a bit of a spawn block trick here that will send you through the graveyard. And from the graveyard... Well, that one didn't resurrect. Poor thing. And this one, however, should do so. And do we actually want to come in here yet? I guess there's a sign over here. Yeah, we will come in here. I feel like the one-up mushroom here is telling me that this is a bonus room that has a one-up mushroom in it, which we'll see if we've interpreted that accurately. Oh. And if I have, that just means that visually the level communicates very well. Oh, back to being dead. Had to mind the booze from time to time. Look at this dry bones just carrying a boo on his back. It's like this moral debt that he's trying to pay off. Okay. In we go. Boss time. Now, we see some dry bones. We're obviously supposed to... Oh, okay, no, they resurrect by themselves. And we just hit this, and then that way we deflect towards the pound. Some blue rings. Oh, this guy's gonna get that way a bit. And then, yeah, with each phase transition, we get more on screen that we need to watch out for. Oh, totally faked out by that. And there we go. Had to read a lot of information at once there. Now let's not get back into the door immediately. Let's come down here and down into the pit instead. I guess we're supposed to... how do we go around? Do we go around that? We're supposed to get a boot somewhere or a power. No, the only way is to kind of jump through. Can we? Oh, no. Huh. I wonder if that's just decorative then, if those two doors are just matched. Anyway, very fun little boss at the end. And I'm always impressed with seeing high clear rate levels that are also very well designed in terms of being mechanically engaging and, you know, giving you something to do and giving less experienced players something interesting to look at when it comes to Mario Maker. So 27-second record? Yeah, I think there's some kind of big skip in there, perhaps. I don't know. Can't really tell. With a random key, yeah, that's the thing. That does look suspicious. But that's okay. We'll mess around in the editor some other time. My course spot's a mess, so. Anyway, we're gonna cut off for now. And there is so much more Maker 1 that we want to see. But that will be over the course of this week, and we'll run a couple of other sessions that are sort of like this, where we do a couple of recommended levels and also just absorbed viewer levels as they come in. Like I said, we'll try to squeeze in one or two short Maker features if we can, but things are looking a bit tight schedule-wise, so... Oh, yes, I guess with April Fools coming, if I can get on stream in the next day or two, and I can't always, I think I'm going to do at least one classic Maker 1 troll. We haven't done much in the way of Maker 1 troll levels because that's normally not the focus here. But for the sake of, you know, cultural literacy, I do have something queued up, so we'll see if we can fit that in. And again, very tight schedule this week, and I can't always be on. But thank you once again. We were rated by so many people today. Thank you so much to Sherby, Natcats, Grumpy Jake, Queen Helga, and of course for everybody who stayed on past the unfortunate, unplanned interruption that we had earlier in the stream. Always appreciated when people kind of stick around here and trust that I'll be back. So, thanks so much for watching. We will have so much more content coming, and, you know, just given the level of quality that was seen in recommendations and viewer levels alike, I think we're in for a good week. And a bittersweet one, as we only have a week to go. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful Easter as well. Be the grandest maker in the Easter parade. And we'll send you on to another destination very soon. As always, thanks for watching. Enjoy everything that you may be up to this weekend and beyond. And fare thee well.